Good morning, everyone. We will begin the webinar shortly.
Dear participants, we will be beginning shortly. We are waiting for the foreign delegate to join. Sorry for the delay.
Mary's College is an educational institution established and run by the Congregation of the Sons of the Immaculate Conception, CFIC. Blessed Luigi Maria Monti, the founder of the Congregation of the Sons of the Immaculate Conception, CFIC, the patron saint of St. Mary's College, Puthanangadi. A student spends his or her maximum time in the college campus. St. Mary's College, Puthanangadi is a unique institution of higher education in several ways. Its platitudinous tradition and consistent achievements in various fields of human activity develop it with a brilliance of outstanding temple of knowledge. St. Mary's College turned to be the first educational institution of CFIC in India when it was officially inaugurated by District Collector of Malappuram, Sri James Verghese IAS, in a public meeting presided over by Bishop of Tamarasheri, Mar Jacob Tunguri, on the 17th June 1996. Initially, the college offered pre-degree courses privately, and in the succeeding years, the institution marked its presence with private studies in BA History, BA Economics, BSc Maths, BA English, and BCom. Sister Udaya of CMC, of first batch, secured first rank in BA History. Many students have obtained ranks in various streams, and the recent achiever is Sri Lakshmi B, as she bagged the first rank in MA English during the academic year of 2016-18. We have trained security guard who can observe the students and help them around when they are not being taught in class or after college hours. Our campus spreads across about 11 acres situated near Angadipuram in the Malappuram district of Kerala. The college has the easy accessibility of both the road and the railways. The college campus is refreshingly green with beautiful gardens which provide a shady ambience to the premises. The college has a well-designed administrative block. Our administration block includes the principal's room, guest room, college administrative office, visitors lounge, examination section, and so on. Both the students and parents can approach the office for their admissions, fees payment, student scholarship, student registration, and all other educational needs. We are committed to maintain and enhance our biodiversity through appropriate environmental management techniques. It is true to its foundational vision and mission to develop the college as a unique institution recognized globally for its excellence and innovation, equipping the students to venture out into the competitive world. The college, through its many years of uncompromising journey, has grown into a pioneering institution offering 13 undergraduate programs and 3 postgraduate programs. Our college is a large and diverse organization with staff and students from a broad range of backgrounds and experiences. We aim to create a tolerant environment where everyone can reach their full potential. The college is endowed with excellent physical infrastructure, which provides an academic atmosphere conducive to the integrative development of the students. It has turned its perspective plan towards the best academic growth. Our classrooms, furniture, and other equipment are allotted to the departments to ensure their optimal use.
evolution and revolution of human mind is influenced by media. Yes, media contributes to a transformation in the cultural and social values of the masses.
Whoever controls the media controls the mind. The media can manipulate, influence, persuade, and pressurize society, along with even controlling the world, at times in both positive and negative ways, mentally, physically, and emotionally.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all participants from different time zones across the globe. This is Sharada Anil Kumar, Assistant Professor, Department of English.
This is Assistant Professor, Department of English. Welcome to the 2-day international webinar hosted by St. Mary's College, Inaugural, on the topic Media, Society and Culture, Emerging Trends 2022-23.
We are proud to host a second international webinar from our college, and on behalf of St. Mary's College, I extend a warm welcome to everyone to the inaugural ceremony of our webinar. Let us begin this auspicious day by seeking the blessings of God Almighty. Prayer. College, and on behalf of St. Mary's College, I extend a warm welcome to everyone to the inaugural ceremony of our webinar. Let us begin this auspicious day by seeking the blessings of God Almighty. Prayer.
രാമനും അല്ലാഹുവുമെല്ലാം ഈശോവിൻ രൂപങ്ങളല്ലേ. ഹിന്ദുവും മുസൽമാനും ക്രിസ്ത്യനുമെല്ലാം അവിടുത്തെ മക്കളല്ലേ. പല ജാതി പൂവുകൾ ഒരുമിച്ചു നിൽക്കും മലർവാടി പോലെങ്ങുമെങ്ങും. എല്ലാ മനുഷ്യരും ഒന്നായി വാഴാൻ എൻ്റെ നാടുണരേണമേ. ഈ ലോകമെങ്ങും പ്രഭ തൂകി നിൽക്കും ഈശ്വര ചൈതന്യമേ തൊഴുന്നു. വിശ്വത്തിലെങ്ങും ആശ്വാസമേകും ശാശ്വത സത്യമേ കൈ തൊഴുന്നു. ഈശ്വര ചൈതന്യമേ തൊഴുന്നു.
Great leaders have three things: inner light, inner vision, and inner strength. This quote best describes our beloved principal, Reverend Father Denny Cholapalil, who has been the principal of St. Mary's College for the past 3 years. St. Mary's family is a witness to his excellent leadership of seeking the best for our institution and our stakeholders. Father Denny Cholapalil works relentlessly towards the preeminence of our institution, and his great assistance helps raising its standard and moving it towards perfection. It is my absolute pleasure to call upon our respected principal, Reverend Father Denny Cholapalil, to deliver the welcome speech. Father.
Thank you. Very respected Chief Guest of the Day, Professor M.B. Narayanan, the Vice Chancellor, Reverend Father Joseph Parrail, the Provincial Superior of CFIC Congregation and the Chairman of St. Mary's College, Puttanangadi, Father Chaco, the Vice Principal, Dr. Sandariyash, the former Minister of Albania, Mr. Ashwin, the Coordinator of the program, dear teachers and my dear students. It gives me great pleasure and welcome Today, as we look Sorry for the technical issues. I am extremely happy that St. Mary's College could keep aside these 2 days exclusively to listen, to discuss, enrich, and update each one of us on the topic on media, society, and culture. Today, as we look across the globe, we realize that this topic is very relevant to be discussed. We have a good number of efficient personalities with us to make this topic to be presented in a very simple and understanding way. During these 2 days, let us bring our attention to the most important aspect of this topic. Media reflects the norms, culture, and values. Media can lead to evolution and revolution of mind and heart of the people, fostering information, literacy, and awareness in the nation. Broadly speaking, the relationship between culture and the media is one of inclusion. This international conference is intended to create a space for an interdisciplinary dialogue over the trending dynamics among mass media, culture, and society, which is prevalent in the 22nd century. As St. Mary's College celebrates the 25th anniversary, the college lays great emphasis on providing social service and conducting different programs to help students with the globalized vision and knowledge. And this 2 day international program becomes one of them. In this auspicious moment, I am so happy to welcome you all to this program. First and foremost, I'm so happy to welcome Professor M.B. Narayanan, the Vice Chancellor of Kaladi Sri Shankaracharya Sanskrit University. He was working as professor and head of the Department of English, Calicut University, and the director of the School of Language. His presence with us is a great blessing to our program and very colorful. Being a great orator and public speaker, he is the best person to inaugurate our prestigious program of 2 day international webinar. Having busy schedule, he agreed to be with us and spare his precious time to enlighten all of us on the given topic. On behalf of all the gathered here, I welcome Professor M.B. Narayan, the most honorable Vice Chancellor. Welcome, dear sir. I am very much privileged to welcome Reverend Father Jose Parrail, the Provincial Superior of CFIC Congregation in India and the Chairman of St. Mary's College, Puthanangadi. He is the founder of this great institution and the former principal of our St. Mary's College. He led the college for many years and all the credit goes to him as we celebrate our 25th anniversary. So he is the right person to preside over this mega event. I welcome Father Jose Parrail to this program with great love and respect. Welcome, dear Father. We have among us great and distinguished personality, known globally for his diverse activities. He is the most respected Dr. Sandar Ishaj. He is a former Minister of Albania and a security advisor to the Prime Minister of Albania. Dr. Sandar Ishaj currently serves as the General Director of the Catholic Hospital of Our Lady of Good Counsel in Albania. His presence makes it very worthwhile and valuable as we are having an international conference. His great presence and words of wisdom is a blessing to us and doubles the beauty for our event. Being a busy person, he was so kind enough to be available for our international conference. Let us listen to him to know more about social media and culture and how it affects the country of Albania. On this auspicious occasion, I am privileged to welcome Dr. Sandar Lishat to this mega event. Welcome, dear sir. I am very much happy to welcome Ms. Sarida S. Balan, the resource person of the day, who will handle with the topic of our international conference. She is a well-known journalist and a special correspondent of News Minute. She would be the right person to talk about media, culture, and society as her work is related to the media. I welcome Ms. Sarida Balan to this program with great respect. Welcome, dear mom. I am so happy to welcome the team members of this mega event. Mr. Ashwin, the program coordinator, Dr. K.K. Balachandran, and Mr. Rafi, the mentors of this program, and all the team members, the most respected HODs of our college, and staff and teachers of St. Mary's College, Puttanangadi, and those who are ready to present their papers in the conference from different parts of our country, and the students of our college, and all the dear and near ones. I welcome you all to this event. Once again, welcoming you all, and I remain. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Father, for your cordial welcome. Next, I would like to welcome the webinar coordinator, Mr. Ashwin PK, Assistant Professor, Department of Commerce and Management Studies, to deliver the concept note of the webinar. Sir, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Media as a potential social system performs a significant role in fabricating an individual sense of reality. It proved to be persuasive on the belief that, in its wider cultural sense, the media largely fortified those values and norms which had already achieved a wide consensual foundation. The complementary and independent media are the most fundamental perquisites for the exuberance and vitality of democracy. Culture is learned and transmitted from generation to generation and is manifested at different layers of depth. The third party that brings in the process of cultural diffusion and acculturation is media. The political and persuasive power new media possess, and the political propaganda, advertising, and the supposed multicolored power of the system by which it can manipulate whole society are long established sources of debate and concern. Media has an influential impact on our social behaviors, which are part of the culture, and it has been an undeniable cardinal role in promulgating cultural practices and productions. Media has been definitely widening people's choices and increasing cultural expression with the current of information. Values of divergent cultures determine mass media messages in a highly globalized world when producers of media content have entrenched interest in specific social goals. This international conference is intended to create a space for an interdisciplinary dialogue over the trending dynamics among mass media, culture, and society, which is prevalent in the 21st century. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the informative knowledge shared on the concept of the webinar. St. Mary's College is an educational institution established and run by the Congregation of the Sons of the Immaculate Conception, CFIC. It is a great pleasure and pride to have the gracious presence of the Provincial of CFIC India, Father Jose Matthew Parayil, who had been our former principal. His great assistance and supervision made it possible to execute such a great program, which is another milestone in the history of our institution. Wholeheartedly, I would like to welcome Reverend Father Jose Matthew Parayil for the presidential address. Father, please.
Thank you. Yeah, respected principal and eminent and distinguished persons who are present on this international webinar, and the staff of the St. Mary's College and the friends of the St. Mary's College. I'm really happy to address you as the president of this webinar, international webinar, because it deals with a very current and relevant topic. And mass media, society, these are very much associated during this period, especially in this modern age. And St. Mary's College has taken an initiative to conduct such a very good webinar on this topic. And I appreciate the principal and the staff of the college for taking this very good initiative, very useful initiative. Usually St. Mary's College takes such initiatives which are always relevant and which are always useful and helpful for the participants in some way. And as part of his curriculum and co-curriculum programs, it has already conducted so many webinars on different topics which are always useful. Once again, I congratulate the principal and staff of St. Mary's College. As we all know that the mass media is a unique feature of modern society. Everybody knows this fact. And its development, the development of media, has accompanied an increase in the complexity of societal actions, engagements. And it has also somehow influenced rapid social change, technological innovations. Even it caused rising of the standard of life. And at the same time, it has caused the decline of some traditional forms of control and authority on the society too. So we have taken this topic in a special way because we know that there is an association between the development of mass media and social change. And always we discuss how far this mass media influence, or what degree it influence, in what direction it influenced the society. So always there is an association between these two, and what respect or what degree and what direction this influence is making. Many of the consequences, either detrimental or beneficial, which have been attributed to the mass media. Usually, earlier days, we know that the society was controlled by some value system, some traditional value systems. And in modern age, and that has been declined in some extent, and the society is somehow controlled by the mass media, because mass media is so powerful and it is also so flexible. So naturally, the control of the value system, the traditional value system, is declined. But we discuss this matter in order to find out how far this mass media is influencing our society and our culture. And from our experience, we know that our culture is changed a lot. Our society is changed a lot. The behavior of individual as well as the society, the societal behavior, the individual behavior, everything has been undergone a lot of changes. And in what way this mass media can be useful in controlling and directing the society, that is what is our matter of discussion. It can exercise good result as well as bad result. So many good results are there for mass media. The society is so much advanced because of this media, and the world is somehow communicated in a very easy way through this mass media system. And people are able to get the informations from the various parts of the world through mass media. And people are able to get familiarity with the cultures and systems of the far world and the societies. So that will somehow help to develop a good culture and good pattern of thinking. And so many good things are there. So many merits are there. At the same time, when we use this mass media for consuming purpose, for profit purpose, exclusively for profit purpose, it can cause also some negative result. And we find that there is a lot of competitions in this mass media sector. As a result of this, people who are involved in mass media, they are trying to get to maximum viewers. So they will manifest things that will appeal the desire and inclinations of the human tribes. That will somehow cause or bring negative result in the society. So we should be aware of this fact. And the people should get sufficient awareness in this regard, because if this mass media is used for personal motives or personal or some kind of profit, money motives, that will not help the society. If the society is helped in its progressive way, in its thinking pattern, in its life based on values, it should be, the mass media should be used in its proper way without considering the personal motives or profit motives. So competitions very often lead mass media to bring some negative effects in the society. But people are free to choose. So when we are speaking about the effect of mass media, how mass media is affecting the people, the society, we have to also see this another factor, that people are free to select, to choose or reject, or they are free to select which program or which scene they want to see or not to see. But often this free will is also now influenced somehow, because always human drives and desires are taken into consideration by these mass media people. As a result, they are somehow slave to this mass media and their bringings. So when you are conducting this webinar, I would exhort all of you to make the people aware of the fact that they have to use their free will, freedom to select which is good, which is useful, and which is they should be free to choose between what is useful and what is not useful. So, and also the people who are engaged in media, and they should be made aware of the fact that their obligations or their responsibilities to bring the society up, to enhance the society in its proper style or proper status, instead of bringing some bad things to the society. So the people who are engaged in mass media also should be aware of their big responsibility on the life of the society, on the behavior of the society. Once again, congratulating the staff and the principal of the college, and thanking all the eminent and distinguished persons who are present and actively participating in this webinar. I remain here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Father, for your esteemed presence and valuable words. On this Jubilee year of St. Mary's College, we are too much honored to host a magnificent event of international reputation, and we are happy to solicit the esteemed presence of renowned personalities around the globe. Today, I find it immensely fortunate to have an eminent academician and scholar, Dr. M.V. Narayanan, Vice Chancellor, Sri Shankaracharya University of Sanskrit, Kaladi, to officially inaugurate our webinar. Dr. M.V. Narayanan, Vice Chancellor of Sri Shankaracharya University of Sanskrit, has worked as the Director of the Educational Multimedia Research Center of Calicut University. He was a professor at the Department of Literature and Culture in the Miyazaki International College in Japan. Further, he was a lecturer at the University of Sharjah, University of Exeter, and St. Thomas College, Thrissur. He was the sub-editor of the Christian edition of the Indian Express Daily. He has also served as visiting professor at the Universities of Kannur and Hyderabad and adjunct professor at University Grants Commission. Professor Narayanan is a researcher in performing arts of Kerala, and his major areas of research are cultural studies, popular culture, theatre and performance studies, and traditional Indian theatre. He has been on the curatorial committees of the International Theatre Festival of Kerala and the Egaharya Solo Theatre Festival, and has done extensive documentation of Kathakali and Kudiyattam in association with UNESCO, CEDIT, Vedika, and the Center for the Documentation of Performing Arts, Kilimangalam. Wholeheartedly, I welcome Dr. M.V. Narayanan to inaugurate the webinar and to enrich the event with his words of wisdom. Sir.
Thank you. Respected principal, other distinguished people on the panel, ladies and gentlemen. It is a distinct honor and a pleasure to be present for this inaugural function of this seminar or webinar on media, society, and culture being hosted by St. Mary's College. And I consider it a great honor to be invited to inaugurate this webinar. In a sense, as has already been indicated by the previous speakers, this entire topic, or the confluence of topics, is definitely very contemporary, very relevant, especially when we believe that we are living in a media age or a mediated age, or even as some critics would call it, a hyper-mediated age. And contemplation on the ways in which media affect or reflect society and culture is definitely a very compelling academic as well as critical enterprise. I shall limit myself to just a few thoughts, or shall I say a few comments, which may not actually go to the heart of the problem, but may just skim the peripheries, the surfaces of the ideas that I'm sure that are going to be contemplated during these sessions. One major idea connected with the media is that the media is so closely connected with the process of democracy. If you look at the inception of mass media in terms of published newspapers, journals, and then later on the television, we realize that the media first in the Western world and then later on in the rest of the world has been part of a very large movement towards universal literacy in the first instance. And then after that, in the formation of what one would call a public sphere where people exchanged ideas, people exchanged opinions, and through that process created the basics or the foundations of a democratic society. It is a commonplace to say that a democracy cannot survive, cannot thrive unless there is a free media within it, because it's a media, whether it be in terms of print journalism, or in terms of television journalism, or in terms of any other kind of media that you find, whether it be films or, shall I say, different forms of audio-visual output. In all of these, probably the most important aspect of the media is that at one and the same time, the media is able to reflect what may be called the opinions on the ground, reflect the ideas that are prevalent in society, reflect the opinions that are having sway within society. But at the same time, the media also work as formers of opinion, as agents in the formation of opinion. In that sense, it plays a dual role in expressing what is thought of and also in expressing what can be thought of, or what should be thought of, or what is actually in the offing in terms of the future opinions that are going to come up in society. Now, it is this dual, or shall I say, dialectic aspect of the media that makes it such an integral part of democracy. Because democracy, ultimately speaking, is the possibility of each citizen having a say in the ways in which the government is run, having a say in the ways in which the nation is actually conducted, and the ways in which a society is modulated and controlled. Now, one of the problems that we face today is a very serious question being raised against the media about these two dual roles. Does the media today, as already been indicated by two of the previous speakers, does the media today actually work as agents of expression of opinion and agents for change in terms of indicating what is possible, what are the potential directions and contours that society could take? Or has media, in a certain sense of speaking, in a sense of the term, declined into being the agents of vested opinions, of vested interests? Now, this is a good question in the sense that, ultimately speaking, mass media is always based upon capital, upon huge investment. And the connections between media and industrial houses and huge business houses, as has been clearly pointed out by scholars of media, really indicate that the idea of a fully free and independent media may be purely an ideal that is most often not possible in the reality, but most often in terms of what may be called as a sublime model. Now, apart from that, which has been there all the time, one of the major problems that we face today in terms of the media is whether, in terms of the actual delivery of news or in the delivery of information itself, whether media institutions maintain a kind of neutrality, impartiality, or a kind of commitment to what may be called as a common good, or if such media at the same time also play lip service to the common good and seem to actually further the interests of certain specific groups within society, certain power groups. At this point of time, we may need to realize that there has been a huge paradigm shift in the entire system of mass media in the last 20 to 30 years. One major shift is the fact that most media have become privatized, and the privatized media requires revenue, requires income to stay afloat, and thereby are basically prey to the interests of the people who fund them. If, on the other hand, at earlier points of time, especially in countries like India, we had state-controlled media, which again was a problem because the state effectively decided, or the government essentially decided, the content and form of the media. Right now, what we have is this extremely competitive milieu where each media house is in competition with another to increase their viewership numbers and thereby increase their revenue in order to stay afloat. This effectively means that media houses are more interested in entertainment, in actually attracting the attention of the viewership, in retaining and maintaining that attention, rather than be committed to the idea of providing information or educating the people, or even going to a further extent, expressing what is a potential opinion that could come up in a society. Along with this, there is another aspect of this paradigm shift, and which is the rise of the social media. Now, I'm sure that there are several people who would look askance at the social media, and I don't doubt them, because the social media has also become the ground for extremely virulent and sometimes very violent expressions of group mentalities. At the same time, we realize that even as the mass media, in terms of television, in terms of newspapers and journals, have become prey to private capital interests or investment interests, it is in the social media that to a great extent we find the free expression of opinions, of aspirations, of individual wishes, of the wishes of marginalized groups, etc. Take the case of women groups, for example, or the groups of transgender people or gender non-conformist people. In all of the cases, what you find is that denied an actual space in the mass media or being assigned to the margins and the peripheries, the social media has provided women and transgender people, as well as a number of other marginalized communities, a space to come together in, a space to express, create groups, a space where they can, effectively speaking, mount a politics, mount a social action, mount a cultural action on their own behalf. In that sense, some parts of the social media has effectively continued on with the earlier objectives or the earlier ideals of the media in furthering democratic goals and in continuing with the practice of critique, the practice of analysis, and the practice of social correction. At the same time, as I indicated earlier, such social media, precisely because it is not, shall we say, controlled, or it is not regimented in any fashion whatsoever, there is very little quality control or accountability in social media. Some of the social media have also become places of venues for the articulation of ideas which have very adverse effects altogether. Take the recent instances in India itself, where WhatsApp and Facebook have been used to whip up emotions of groups of people or communities of people on the basis of information which were ultimately proved to be faulty or misinformation. Now, as is required here, is there a possibility of some kind of self-control, of some kind of self-regimentation? I don't want to use the word regimentation. Let me say self-accountability, whereby groups can become responsible to their own opinions, responsible for their own expressions, so that nothing that is misinformation may probably find a place in their perorations. That may be a bit of a tall order to ask, given the fact that right now in places like India and a number of other countries, what we have are extremely communal, shall we say, feelings being whipped up, on the one hand by groups, and in some instances by the state itself, wherein the social media seems to play a very serious and, shall I say, crucial role. Now, I'm not trying to suggest any solutions to any of these. I'm just trying to indicate what we might probably ask or bring up as the basic parameters within which any discussion on media can take place. But one thing is certain, and that thing is that basically in a society where things have become so technologized, so technologically mediated, it would be impossible for us to think of a world where we directly come to know of the world around us. whatever it be, even if it happens next door to us, or even if it happens a street away to us, or if it happens in the state adjacent to us, we invariably come to know of that through different kinds of media. That media or that particular medium may be a newspaper, maybe a television channel, maybe a WhatsApp conversation, maybe a friend who reports from a media. Ultimately speaking, whatever we know, whatever we say, whatever we articulate are all mediated to the core. And thereby, it is like a fish in water. And we don't realize that the media surrounds us, steeps us, and we live within the media. And it is because of this all-encompassing, all dissociate or stand away from the media itself and think in terms of providing some kind of a critique which will make us realize our own position within this mediated society. I'm very happy to inaugurate this webinar. I wish the participants a very nice and profitable time, and I congratulate St. Mary's College, the organizers, for coming up with such an idea for something that we can call is a very topical and contemporary interest. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. M.V. Narayanan, for inaugurating the webinar and for sharing his valuable insights. We really appreciate you taking out time for us from your busy schedule, sir. Thank you once again.
We are honored with the gracious presence of
man of distinction, Vice Principal, St. Mary's College. His great encouragement and inspiration paved way for the exquisite academic and non-academic outcomes. Father, you are cordially invited to the grace, occasion, and felicity webinar. Father, please.
Thank you. Very respected distinguished dignitaries. The internet opened up lots of potential for public domain content, especially in the government-citizens relationship. New media of today is not of an overnight phenomenon. This media convergence happen in phases. The surge, merge, and the urge for media multiplicity probably began with the rush in communication stabilized in the space. It paved the way for the real expansion of electronic media, both TV and radio. Due to this rush, even print media saw drastic, unpredictable changes in its style and content. Above all, the emergence of new media technologies gave full definition to the convergence of media as is today. The after effects of convergence are considered very huge on all walks of life. Some of its effects are beneficial, while some of its impacts, such as on culture, is still questionable. The convergent media has its share of supreme impact on urbanization and industrialization too. The different societies have become complex to understand each other, with the target audience of various medias of the current times. The entire exercise has boiled down to the mere entertainment. The prime purpose with which mass media were realized by man, that is to educate the masses, has today taken a backseat. Yes, surely I know these 2 days, that is very good time for us, and very good discussions and presentations will be taken over here, and take good of this event. And in this juncture, I would like wish for all the best, those who are partaking this event and those who are presenting the purpose
and those who are participating. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Father, for your blessings and wishes. Now, I take the opportunity to introduce the keynote speaker, Dr. Santo Lishai, former Home Minister of Albania. Dr. Santo Lishai was graduated from the Officers Academy in Tirana. He completed the General Staff Officer Studies and the course of European Security Studies at the Leadership Academy in Hamburg, Germany in 1999. He finished the Commander course in Air Defense and a senior level qualification with the George C. Marshall European Center of Security Studies in Germany. In 2011, he has done the Senior International Course on Defense Management at the Naval Postgraduate School in Montreal, USA. Mr. Lishai has served in the Air Defense and was appointed Commander of the Air Defense Regiment. His career continued with the Defense Academy as Commander of Courses. In 2000, as a colonel, he was appointed Commander of the Skanderberg Military Academy. He served on this duty until 2003, when he was appointed Defense Attaché of the Republic of Albania to the Federal Republic of Germany. During this period, he also served as non-resident Defense Attaché to the Czech Republic and Hungary. In 2006, he was appointed Commander of the Training and Doctrine Command. In 2009, he was promoted to the senior rank of Brigadier General, and in 2010, he was appointed Deputy Chief of the General Staff of the Albanian Armed Forces. From September 2013 to November 2018, Mr. Lishai served as Security Advisor to the Prime Minister of Albania. He was appointed Minister of Interior on 23 November 2018, and he served at this position till the end of 2020. Minister Lishai is the author of several publications. I welcome Dr. Santo Lishai to deliver the keynote. So please.
Dear participants, Dr. Santo Lishai will join shortly. There is some technical issue. Sorry for the delay.
I welcome Dr. Santo Lishai to deliver the keynote. Sir, please.
Good morning, distinguished participants, dear principal of St. Mary College, dear provincial of CFIC. I'm very privileged to join to you this morning. It's a very early morning in Albania, and so in this occasion, I want also to thank my dear Father Binu, who is also a member of CFIC in Albania, for facilitating this contact to the St. Mary's College and giving me the possibility to join to this distinguished audience. I'm not sure if you are listening to me. I just would like to have a sign, because it seems that the connection is not so perfect. I hope I'm in. Okay, thank you. Thank you. So as I told, it's early morning in Albania, and even to me, it's a very, very rare occasion to speak to an Indian audience. Although we have something interesting to share between us, because between Albania and India, although very remote countries, there are some interesting connections, one of which is the fantastic story of Mother Teresa, Saint Teresa of Calcutta, which is Albanian origin, nun, but served in India. And so the Mother Teresa is one of the interesting connections between us. But also CFIC is a very, very interesting actor to be mentioned, because even in Albania we have CFIC since early 90s, directly after the collapse of communist regime, and since that time the CFIC is in Albania, actively present with the University of Our Lady of Good Counsel, and now also with the hospital Our Lady of Good Counsel. So coming back to your topic, media, I think it will be not so necessary to talk to you about media, because I can see that you are very well served with very good experts of this field. So I heard the previous speakers, and I think that going to purely media topics would be not my strength and not your interest. And for that, I would say that I will focus during my intervention somehow in related topics, which is security and cybersecurity and similar stuff, because I think that this is something which is related in terms of context, because as mentioned by the previous speakers, so the media is related to democracy, to economic development, to prosperity, and many other important themes. But all of this can be developed just in the context of secure country, secure society, secure communities. And in this sense, I would say that I will try also to draw your attention to this topic in some very, very elementary context. So security, what is security? So almost to everybody, there is a notion of security, there is a definition of security, and everybody, if you ask everybody, so you can come up with a definition. So maybe you are aware about and you know the Abraham Maslow, the psychologist and the famous author of the different studies in terms of psychology, and there is also very, very interesting his pyramid of needs, hierarchy of needs. The topic was about, or the issue was about the human needs. What are the human needs? And according to Maslow, there is a pyramid of needs, and on the basement of this pyramid, there are biological needs, which means the needs or the requirements of the body. The human body has needs, and these are these biological or physiological needs, like the need for air, for water, for shelter, for sleep, for warmth, for clothes, for reproduction. And this is the very basic category of human needs. And as soon as the human being has satisfied somehow these needs, there emerge a second layer, second floor of needs, which is security needs, safety needs, which are personal security, employment, resources, health, property. It means if you have achieved something, immediately you need to secure it from different threats or risks. And above this, there are emerging other category of needs. The third layer, the third level are the social needs, love and belonging, friendship, intimacy, family, connections. If you have satisfied even the third layer of needs, you will come to fourth level of needs, which is esteem, respect, self-esteem, status, recognition, strength, freedom, whatever. And the fifth level of the needs, according to Maslow, is self-actualization, need to give something to others, desire to become the most that you can be. So I mentioned this somehow theoretical framework just to emphasize the role of the security within the context of human needs. It's the second layer, close to basics needs. Without security, it's everything, it's impossible. And this is why I'm saying that talking about security means talking about everything else, because this is the context, this is the framework which makes sure that we can think and do other things. What is the security? So according to different scholars, authors, security is defined in very, very diverse ways, because the security doesn't used to be for a long time a study discipline. Just after the Second World War, there we have faced the initial steps toward making security a topic for the scholars, for the academics. Otherwise, always it used to be a topic of politicians. But according to the recent and last security studies and authors, there are different definitions. Some wants to say or prefer to say that security is the lack of threat. Others used to say that security is a capacity to protect against the threats. Personally, I like a definition, a very simple definition, which says that security is the lack of fear. It means regardless if you have a threat or not, if you are opposing a threat or not, the most relevant and most important is even your perception. Do you feel free of fear or not? If you are under the pressure of fear, regardless of the objective threats to you, you are not secure. And so, keeping in mind this definition, lack of fear, I want to continue and just to go a little bit in some historical context to say that traditionally, security has been a realm of politics and a subject and object of politicians who take care about the fates of the nations, mostly connected to the state rather than to the individuum. And as I mentioned, just after the Second World War, there is other development effort to put the security in the realms of the academics and to expand the concept of security in two dimensions. One is the vertical dimension, downwards from the state down to individuum, to the person, to human being. And there is also a horizontal effort trying to expand the scope of the security in order to include not only states or nations, but also individuals within the concept of security. And the main question now related to security are security from whom, from which, how much security is needed, from what threats, by what means, and at what cost. There are some very, very important questions, because we are always on the if we'll deal with the security, we are always at the threshold of offering too much security. It means if too much, you are going under the threat of confining, touching the freedom. So, and this is also a topic to be maybe interesting to be discussed during your webinar. This security related to the media, because it's always a double game if you talk about the freedom and security. And the art is to find the right balance between security and freedom. Too much security means less freedom, but also a freedom without any definition means could mean less security. And this is a very, very interesting area to be considered. If you like to have a look in the history of this concept, the security, you'll see, as I mentioned also after the security become also a study field, you'll see different scholars dealing with the security issues. And during this time, especially after the Second World War, two main schools of thought has been developed in terms of security. One is traditional or realistic school of thoughts, and the second is modern, let's say, liberal school of thoughts. According to the traditionals, the security is more about threats. And according to them, the threats are originated by the states, rival states, neighbors, great powers. Meanwhile, the modern, after Second World War scholars think that non-state threats are more important, international, and the growing role of individuals in the context of security issues. The nature of the threats, according to the traditionalists, are military ones. Meanwhile, for the non-traditionals, the nature of the threats nowadays is more connected to non-military threats, to economics, internal, political, trans-regional, migration, pandemics, and so on. And if you ask the two scholars about the responsible actors to deal with these diverse threats, the traditionals mean that the state should be the actor in charge of dealing with security. Meanwhile, the modern or non-traditional scholars means that international institutes should be asked and tasked with dealing with security. Multilateral efforts and so on. And if we ask the two categories of scholars about the main values at the
There are some technical issues. Sir? Sir, you may continue. Sir, please unmute your mic. Yes, sir.
excuse me, seems that the connection is not the perfect one. Okay, it's not so.
It's okay, sir. You may continue.
Okay. So, sorry for interruption. As I was saying, the two main approaches about the two schools after the Second World War, traditionals and non-traditionals, formally they have been called, or are called, realists and liberals. And for the realists, or the realist school is the sovereignty of the states. Meanwhile, for the liberals, it's more individual. This is the main distinction between the schools. And if you want to keep in mind some names of the scholars for the realistic school of thoughts, I think that Hans Morgenthau or Kenneth Waltz would be the most significant representatives of the school. Meanwhile, for the liberals, Michael Doyle, Robert Keohane are the most representative scholars of this school. So, but having this somehow theoretical concept, I would like to say that in any case, security is a very, very important responsibility of the state authorities. According to author Mandelbaum, which is well known in the realms of security, the state is the producer of public goods, out of which security is the most important one. A public good is something that benefits of each is to everybody. No potential consumer of public goods can be prevented from enjoying. These goods are difficult to provide because that very reason, no consumer has a personal incentive to pay for them. And the first and foremost important public good is public safety. Even according to Hobbes, the sovereign state was first established in order to provide security. Today, the security is facing, like all other concepts, are facing the new trends of the time. We are living today in a time of technologies, emerging technologies. Internet has changed everything. It's the game changer itself. And one of the new elements to the security new huge impacts to the security is the cyber security, cyber domain. If you ask me what is what has been my most and difficult issue to deal with during the last time was exactly the cybersecurity, because we are experiencing in a very, very fast way a paradigm shift which we didn't use even to imagine. A new world has emerged, a world which we cannot see, cannot touch, but a world which already exists. Almost nowadays our existence is in a new reality, which is the virtual one. Even our discussion today is everything. And if you want also to forget many things which we used to learn or to apply in our past. To give you just from the realms of international politics and international relations, just want to give you some examples. What does it mean? What is the game changer? The first example is Syria. In September 6, 2007, the Israeli armed forces attacked a construction site at Euphrates in Syria, a place where the Syrian government was building some nuclear capacities. And the attack was completely unexpected, and it was the Syrian forces has been attacked by surprise because their air defense system, their modern Russian Soviet system doesn't react in any way, because their radar system was unable to detect the coming Israeli plans, because the Israeli armed forces have been able to use the radar system of Syria to insert some Trojan horses and deactivate their air defense network using a very, very new and modern, let's say, trapdoor or Trojan horse way to achieve a huge result with very, very little lines of code. If you want to, so a Trojan horse, it's just some lines, a limited number of lines of coding, and then with that they have been able to dismantle, to neutralize a very, very complex system of hardware, so air defense. Another example is from Estonia. Estonia is an East European country, small one, and on the April 27, 2007, the so-called Bronze Night, it was a very harsh dispute between Russia and Estonia, a political dispute, and Russia took some action against Estonia because of that in a cyber way, activating some very, very simple means, cyber war means, called DDoS, distributed denial of service attack. So it was an attack, a very simple one, an effort to send massively information, emails to targeted computers from thousands of other computers, just in order to disable them. And they had success with this effort. Another third example is from Georgia, August 7, 2008. where Russia, using the same technology or the same method, DDoS, has been able to attack and to set out of service the governmental services of Georgia, because they have been able to get control of their .ge, which is their national domain. So the case of Estonia and Russia in this cyber case has been called WWI, which means Web War One. Web War One instead of World War One. It's the same acronym. WWI used to be as World War One. Now they're using as a World War, Web War One, meaning that the cyber domain has introduced a completely new situation to everybody who is dealing with security, but not only security, but I'm now talking about security. So talking about that, cybersecurity and cyber war, we should be somehow clear that the cyber war first is real. We are not speaking about some fantastic stuff, but it is real. Second, this war, it's different to all other wars because of its speed. The cyber war happens of the speed of light. And third, this war is never local. It's global. You can be reached and you can reach out targets everywhere in the world. And one important other things to be mentioned for the cyber war is that it's not a potential to start. Cyber war has already begun. The problem is that we don't see it, we don't touch, but already has begun. And day by day, everybody, from the states to communities, organizations, and individuals are target of this war. Albania just a couple of weeks ago was targeted by a country, so I think it's closer to you than to Albania. I'm not mentioning the country, but in a given day, all governmental services has been attacked and collapsed for a certain period of time from a remote country because of political reasons. I want to say that everybody can be targeted, and this war is going on. Now I'm coming to some thoughts about media and security and politics. So unfortunately, there is no way of interacting, but because I wanted to put a question to you and to see how would be your reaction to that. Since it is very difficult to have an interaction, I am telling the story. Once I was in an auditorium and we have been asked from a media representative about what are the common things between a politician and a mosquito. Politicians and mosquitoes, what is common to them? So we try to give our answers, and we provide all our wrong answers. At the end, the guy said to us, no, sorry, your answers are not correct. The only politician and a mosquito is that you can kill both with a newspaper. Have you ever tried to kill a mosquito with a newspaper? This is the way you can kill a mosquito, but you can kill also a politician with the same means, the same weapon, which is media. So media is, among many other qualities, is also a weapon, can be also a weapon for good or for bad. And in the recent time, in times of globalization, the role of media has become a very, very strong, because the outreach of media is now global. At it, in the same time, is so capillary, goes to every single person. Everybody today has become the possibility to become a media outlet. Everybody can have its own media. And you can see today the challenges faced by the traditional big medias, which are challenged by very small, unimaginable actors and players because of the technological means of everybody to become a media actor. But this democratization of media, this incredible increase of numbers of media producers or news producers has also led to the threat of the flood of information. The flood of information could be also a huge challenge, and if you want, also a threat, because it is very, very difficult to distinguish between the truth and non-truth because of this very, very big number of the flood of information could be in the same times the threat of flood of disinformation. Media today, new opportunities and new technological means to everybody has led to the threat that the fake news have become a new definition to everybody. And to find ways to orient itself in this very, very complex environment of media, it's a challenge itself. So I would say that considering the situation, to everybody, to every country, to every nation, to every community, there is a need to think or to rethink deeply the whole context, how we organize our life. So for the one of the speakers before, the professor, so just I have some sorry for my difficulty to spell correctly the names, but from the professor Narayanan has been mentioned the need or the definition regimentation. Do we need, should we regiment our life, even in media terms? Can we go up and come up without regimentation, which is impossible, but the question would always remains how much, and how to find a golden balance between regimentation, reglementation, and the freedom, even in terms of media. But in any case, we need to live in a world which is different. This cyber world, this virtual reality, is something which we don't know. In this virtual world where we are living now, right now, exactly right now, we are living and talking through a virtual reality. We need rules, because our real virtual reality, the world where we live in today, is like a jungle without rules, without authorities, without institutions, without borders. And the question are, how can we live? How can we survive in a world where are no rules, where are no authorities, no institutions, no army, no police, no borders? And this would be, in my opinion, the most challenging question to be asked. For sure that nobody has an answer yet, but putting the right answer, I think it would be a good step to think about how to manage in a world which we right now don't understand, because it's completely new, emerged without any control of us. Just to give an example, if it comes to my area of security, we always tend to say, okay, in order to organize security, I need to define my area of responsibility. I need some borders. If I want to organize national security of Albania, for example, I need to know where are the borders, which needs to be protected. But if it comes to the realm of virtual reality, to cyber domains and so on, there are no borders anymore. I would ask you and let you think about the question: where are the borders of India today? Are the geographical borders the real borders of India today? If you ask myself, for my country, I would say no. The geographic borders of Albania are not anymore the borders of the country, because these borders don't define exactly our interests, our threats. As I told you during my example, we used to protect and have been learned to protect the country from let's say from physical attacks or offenses from the border. We used to protect the border, but you can be attacked without touching your physical borders. As I told you, a country, not a neighboring country of Albania, has attacked us and caused severe damages a couple of weeks ago. So it means that we are from a very, very significant paradigm shift from physical, traditional realities towards virtual, cyber realities, which are realities. And in this context, I would just come to a conclusion in saying that in all aspects of our life, economy, culture, education, health, security, media, and all other aspects of our lives are in front of a very, very dramatic changing from the physical realities to the virtual ones. We are just moving, if not already moved, into a new world. And this is a new world which we need to understand and to accept, because there are many not accepting.
Sorry, again, we have some technical issues. Yes, he's back.
Yes, I
Yes,
see.
sir.
I'm so sorry because.
It's okay, sir. It's okay. Please continue.
But I'm coming to conclude my intervention saying that there is a need to understand that we are in a new world, and we are living more and more in this virtual world where we need new institutions, new armies, new police, new government, new borders, new standards, new laws, because there is almost nothing there. And this is also my call to you. Just I hope that you just can think about this, and don't forget to connect everything to each other, because it's so interconnected today that you cannot isolate. Okay, for the purpose of a study, you can isolate media or economy or culture or politics or security. But in a real world, they are so interconnected, and we need and should confront these issues in this interconnected and in a holistic way. So, coming to the end, I want also to thank you again for having me and giving me this opportunity to talk to you. I saw that it's a wide audience. I would like to thank the CFIC, the St. Mary College, and my friend, Father Binu, who is your best representative in Albania. Father Binu is a CFIC member working in Albania as a vice president of our foundation, Our Lady of Good Counsel, and he was also the bridge between me and you, and I hope that we'll continue to be in touch. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sander Lajai, for capturing the topic so perfectly. In fact, the comparison of a politician and a mosquito was sarcastic and thought-provoking, sir. And we appreciate having this enlightening and informative session. Next, we would like to present Dr. Sander Lajai a certificate of appreciation as a token of love and gratitude from the organization of International Webinar, St. Mary's College.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
I'm delighted. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure. Moving on. Media as a potential social system performs a significant role in fabricating an individual's sense of reality. Media has been definitely widening people's choices and increasing cultural expression with the current of information. Now, it's time for us to move on to the paper presentations, which is intended to create a space for an interdisciplinary dialogue over the trendy dynamics among mass media, culture, and society, which is prevalent in the 21st century.
We are enormously grateful that we have got Ms. Sarida S. Balan, Kerala Bureau Head, the News Minutes, as the first presenter who is here to provide a session on women and media. With immense pleasure and pride, I cordially invite Mr. Alex Johnson, Assistant Professor, Monty International Institute of Management Studies, to chair the first and foremost session of the webinar. So please.
Respected dignitaries, delegates, scholars, and dear fellow members, hello and good morning, everyone. It is with a great privilege and honor that I can chair this session on media, society, and culture with special reference to women and media. As part of international webinar organized by St. Mary's Arts and Science College, Let me take this opportunity to officially introduce the next speaker, Ms. Sarita S. Balan. She is a media professional with 18 years of experience in prominent dailies and weeklies. At present, she is working as a special correspondent and Kerala Bureau Chief of the News Minute. She worked in leading organizations like the Pioneer Daily, the New Indian Express Daily, India Today Weekly, Kerala Kaumudi, Malayalam Daily, so on and so forth. Apart from that, she has coordinated debates of Rajya Sabha television for the Kerala Assembly polls in 2016. In addition to this, she has documented workshop of short filmmakers on communicating climate justice, organized by People Tree, a Bangalore NGO, in the year 2016. Over and above, her interview skills are much highly highlighted and well appreciated. She was really fortunate to take interviews with the great political leaders, prominent artists, and well-known writers. Some of her leading interviews were as follows. The Chief Minister of Kerala, Pinarayi Vijayan, opposition leader V.D. Satishan, former Chief Minister Umman Chandi, former Health Minister K.K. Shailaja, former Finance Minister Thomas Isaac, former opposition leader Ramesh Chennithala are very few among them. The list continues with famous personalities from different backgrounds. Today, she is going to deal with the topic women and media in a short while. Around the world, women are far less likely than men to be seen in the media. As subject of stories, women only appear in a quarter of television, radio, and print news, according to the Harvard Business Review, published a couple of years back. To throw some light on the topic women and media in this modern era, I'm sure that with 18 years of vast experience, especially in the field of media, we will have a great insight from the speaker. It is indeed our immense pleasure to have you here, Ms. Sarita S. Balan. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Actually, I had no intention for you guys to read out all my bio. I mean, each and every detail in my bio. I'm Sarita S. Balan. I'm currently heading the Kerala Bureau of the News Minute. As some of you might not be aware, let me have a brief introduction of what the News Minute is. The News Minute is a digital media platform. It's based out of Bangalore. And we have a team of reporters in Kerala as well. The News Minute covers mostly the South. We curate and generate stories from the South, the 5 South Indian states. Though the News Minute covers a range of issues from politics to environment to climate change, the core idea of what the organization stands for is to highlight gender issues, specifically women issues. And I'm quite proud to be part of such an organization because even in the century in which we are living in, highlighting women issues and giving more and more space to issues related to women is of high importance. So I will start with a strong disagreement or dissent to the topic which I am assigned to. Because when I was asked to be part of the session, the topic I was asked to choose was something related to women. Actually, we all women journalists are quite proud and happy to talk more and more about women issues because we know it is a relentless, never-ending fight to bring the women issues into the mainstream of society. But still, I have strong disagreement. Why every time when a woman speaker is invited or a woman journalist is invited, they are asked to talk about women issues? Why never? It does never occur to anyone that why a woman can't talk about politics, environment, climate change. Why that idea didn't occur to your mind also that a woman journalist shouldn't talk about how the media handles politics, climate change, health issues, and there are a lot of other issues also on which women journalists or women can also talk about. So always please don't relate women issues solely to women only. It is also the onus of male journalists to talk about issues related to women or how media handles women issues. So it is not always the onus of women journalists or female journalists to talk about that. We are also quite aware of what else is happening in the society, in the world, in the rest of the world around us. Then now I will come to my topic. I have decided to split into two. First, women in media, and second, how media handles women issues. Women in media. Why I have to talk about this? The same as I told earlier that we have to keep talking. We have to, it is a relentless fight to make others aware that these issues still exist inside the media as well as outside the media. Women in media, I started my journalism back in 2004 as a trainee reporter with the Kerala Gopati Daily. Where back then, there were very quite few female journalists who used to cover press meets or other important events. Of course, there were far more senior women journalists at that time too, but they were also very few in number. So I had a very few people, female journalists with me to cover or to be part of the media houses. At that time too, there was one, maximum 2 or 3 women journalists who used to cover politics. Because politics is a beat which has always been assigned to male journalists mostly. So even when the media houses started hiring women journalists, the beats assigned to women journalists were mostly covering film, feature writing, entertainment, fashion, style, something related to that, which the media in general believe that soft beats, because the women won't be able to write on hardcore issues. But the 2 or 3 women journalists who used to cover hardcore news back then proved that women journalists are also capable of covering everything under the sun, from politics to everything. It was a very strong message from them that don't always assign us beats like features, film, like that. Give us more. We are capable of doing that. So creating that path for the future generations to follow, to come, was not an easy task. Like in every other field, the transformation took a very, very huge fight within the media and outside the media. When I was working with the New Indian Express, the then CPI State Secretary C.K. Chandrapan died. And there were 12 to 13 reporters with the Thiruvananthapuram Bureau of the New Indian Express back then. I was not working that particular day. And a female colleague of mine was assigned to write about C.K. Chandrapan's wife, while the male journalists were all assigned with his political career, his obit, his bio, things like that. So the female colleague of mine, she refused to take byline for the article she wrote about Chandrapan's wife. Her protest was very loud and clear that don't ever assign to write about a leader's wife to a female journalist only. I am just citing one example. There has been quite numerous examples I can cite. About the fight, women journalists have had to fight for years to create their own space. And the transition began slowly taking place. Finally, the transformation happened. Now you can see quite a lot of number of women journalists representing media houses, from what we call the mainstream media to digital media, everywhere. And now some of the media houses even know in the name of women journalists. Women journalists have become the face of some of the media houses. Like Sindhu Suryakumar is the executive of the New Indian Express. Sitara Bol is the deputy resident editor of the, Sindhu Suryakumar is the executive editor of the Asianet News. Sitara Bol is the deputy resident editor of the New Indian Express. So there are women who have now become the face of some of the media outlets. I don't say that, or I won't say that the fight has ended. We have won. No, it is an ongoing fight. I don't think it will end in the near future or even the far future. It is ongoing, but we have succeeded to a great extent to make the society as well as the male inside the media force that we are capable of doing this. Now coming to News Minute again, it is founded and headed by a woman, Danya Rajan. She is the editor-in-chief of the News Minute. And the Kerala Bureau of the News Minute is an all-women bureau. We have like more than 40 staff, and in total in the News Minute, more than half of these staff are women only. Be it in the marketing team, be it in the social media team, and our video team is also headed by a woman. Oh, our core team is also handled mostly by women. So we needed a woman like Danya Rajendran to prove that a media organization can actually run by women. The show can actually run by women. I don't think that any media organization started by a male journalist can have this number of women journalists at a core post. So again, for women journalists also, they have to rightly identify we have to rightly identify the fights we have to fought, because we can't fight all the fights. There are some which we can give more focus and more attention, and only because women like Danya give more attention to such things that we have now a news organization which is mostly run by women. There are similar organizations now, and it is like path breaking. And I think the future for the women journalists who will join the profession in the future, the fight won't be as tough as we used to fight. Now coming to the second part of my session, how media handles women issues. Again, this is also something you guys can easily attributed or related to women journalists. Because in all the media organizations, if any change related to the handling of issues related to women happen, solely because of women journalists. We have witnessed a drastic change or transformation from the way the media houses used to look into issues or news related to women from the past to the present. Earlier, we used to read a law that Veetamma Kamakante Kuda Ochudi. Veetamma Kamakanamai police station. And there has always been a particular interest to present the news, the narration in that way. Because using the word Kamugan, with this, the Vitama always give some sort of masala to the news, which most of the male journalists or the editors or the reporters who used to write those stories, who used to edit those stories, who used to curate those stories, believe that readers will read. Because these people always present these news with this masala narrative to readers with the perception that these are what readers want. No, these are not every reader want. Or this is not what half of the readers want. Yes, there might be some, or that there might be, there even maybe a majority of readers who would fall for such news, but there are some who want, who prefer better content from media outlets. So from the Vitama to Kamagan TV, now even the mainstream print media has started using a woman or is missing with her friend. So we have started replacing the word Kamugan with a friend, because no one ever used to confirm whether this gay was actually her paramar, her lover, or her a male friend of hers. So why should we always used to jump into conclusions that if it is a Vitama or a Stree, she will always elope with a Kamugan only, or she will be missing with a Kamugan? No, it's not so. So now that you can even start recognize the difference in the way the news is narrated, it is presented, it is written in print media as well, that the words are replaced by better terms like friend. Also, you might have come across so many news articles saying that sometimes they are minus to women under 18 or women above 18. They are killed or attacked, physically attacked by men. Earlier also the news outlets used to put the news like a girl or a female, a woman attacked by her lover or former lover. What is the point of putting that former lover angle or lover angle in that news? What if the girl had cut off that relation long back? So in Newsminute, along with so many other organizations, have started the practice of using the word stalker. We can never compare a stalker with a lover. So even putting the term stalker very clearly means that it is a toxic kind of person. So the woman has nothing to do with for the assault, for the crime she was subjected to. Because when we read a news that a woman attacked by a lover, immediately at least some of the readers would identify that, or some of the readers' spontaneous reaction, yeah, she deserved it. So she got it. As if being falling in love is a sin, having a lover is a sin. But when we write like killed or attacked or injured by a stalker, it totally has a different name. Like the woman has nothing to do with this guy now, and since she got attacked. So with this, we have always been trying to balance or not to put, primarily not to put the women in a bad light, because for the centuries, for over the centuries, we have been doing this in the case of women, like putting the women in a bad light, even if it is in cinema, even if it is in media, in news, everywhere. Earlier, while I was talking about the fight women journalists had to fight or have been fighting for the transformation in the media industry, I'm quite aware that the fight is the same, similar for each and everyone who wants their own space to create a path in their own field in every industry. So similarly, it has been over the years, it has been a practice to put women in bad light, and media was no exception for that. So from this paraba to this lover thing to stalker, friend thing, the change now the media has, the change you guys now witness in the news has been quite drastic. And let me tell one thing. This change, this drastic transformation has been brought out by female journalists mostly. Please don't think that in any of the news organization, a male journalist who is editing or reporting a story is as sensible as a woman journalist. No, it has never been. This is, I am telling my personal experience. I have witnessed so many. So, as women journalists, we have always been fighting to sensitize the male journalists within our media organizations as well. So we have the male journalists never had to fight such a fight, like they never had to sensitize their female colleagues. They always had one prime job, only to write news, report news, or to edit news. But for women journalists, the task has been much tougher, because we have multiple things to do, as the society always expects women to do. Not because the society expects us to do, but we are like very sensible human beings, and because we have to sensitize society, we are doing that, not because the society or anyone else expects us to do that. So your transformation you guys have now witnessed in the television news or print media news is mostly because of the fight fought by women journalists in newsrooms. We have an organization, Network of Women in Media India. It is not I may call it like a forum rather than an organization, because we don't have any hierarchy like a president or a secretary or a treasurer or someone like that. We are all part of the organization. It's like a forum, a gathering of women journalists from all the parts of the country, from Kashmir to Assam to Telangana to Karnataka to Kerala. There we have regular conversations regarding all this. In all the national conferences of the Network of Women in Media, we carry out regular discourse, debates regarding how to sensitize the media. Because for us, the fight has always to start and to continue within the organizations we work for, rather than the fight we have to vote outside. And luckily, only a very few media organizations like the News Minute, we don't need to fight within the organization to be more sensitive on women issues or to give more importance to women issues. But in 80% of the other media houses, the fight is very tougher for women journalists working. And then you must be quite aware of the recent sexual harassment, rape cases happened in Kerala. Some of the cases we call them high profile cases because there are the so-called prominent people who are allegedly masterminded those crimes. And in all these cases, you can find one common person who would always do victim shaming, who is always very keen to put the complainant woman in the back. And that person is politician PC Joe. So while I'm talking about how we are trying to sensitize, how we are fighting to sensitize the media, you guys must be wondering or might be wondering, then why do you guys give so much space for a politician like PC Joe, who always do nothing but victim shaming? And again, this term victim shaming, it is now quite more often used than any of the previous times. Even with those words like victim shaming, we are trying to sensitize that there is something called victim shaming. When you put a complainant woman in a sexual harassment or a rape, sexual assault case in a bad light, putting the blame on her, putting the onus on her to prove that he was actually subject to such a heinous crime. Then coming to PC George again, there are media houses who still give a very balanced or a very prominent space to PC to put out all the words he wants to against any woman he wants to. I won't blame any of the journalists working there, any of the editor, any of the reporter, male or female, for giving such space to PC George. Because in news houses also, mostly, it is a management's decision. We can't always fight against the management. Not that everyone can be a revolutionary, a rebel, a reformist, who can always be in fight with a top brass in the organization. But PC George is still getting space. This is one way of handling women issues by the media. That despite a person who has so much news value even now in Kerala, getting so much space, despite he made several allegations, very heinous allegations about victims or survivors, survivors only, not victims, survivors of sexual harassment or rape. Here also, only a very news organizations have taken the stand that we won't get any comment or quote or bite for any of the stories, any of such stories from PCJ. And only a very loose organization, even now, can take the stand that we will exclude people like PCJ. Why? Many of the prominent news houses still give space to. So what I am trying to say is that the act of balancing or the act of excluding elements like him is yet to succeed, because still we are giving, as a part of media, I have to say we are giving space to people like PCJ. Hence, I can't say that the fight to give prominence to women issues or the fight to sensitize people is not complete, or even not half complete, or half a success, because even now we have people like PC George. And PC George is the person who was very keen to first to put the nun in the Bishop Franco case in a very bad light, and now the survivor in the assault case in which actor Dilip is one of the accused. So in media, my point is very brief that in media also we have to, the fight is like an ongoing one. Now come to how the media, women issues, like not that there are not any other issues faced by women, but since I have very less time to less, I will speak about one or two things more and will conclude. In sexual harassment cases also, not revealing the identity of women is something very specifically directed by the Supreme Court of India. But even in that case, till recently, some of the media cases unknowingly or knowingly I won't say knowingly, unknowingly only, put the names of, not the names, but something to rightly identify the survey. It's like saying that, not saying my name, but saying that I am working with the news minute and I am working in Thiruvananthapuram, giving clear indications, clear pinpoints to identify the woman who was subjected to such a crime. In that case also, I think most of the media organizations have now very clear, or all the male and female journalists working in all media organizations have now very clear not to reveal the identity of the survivors subject to such crimes. Again, in this case also, the sensitization has been like, was very tough to make everyone understand that revealing identity doesn't solely mean that revealing the name of the survivor. Giving any clue, any pinpoint to the survivor is also amount to revealing the identity of the survivor. Because for the survivors, it is not, the fight are not easy at all. They can very easily live in a society like Kerala or India, like, yeah, I am the one who was subject to all this. No, the society won't ever treat them fairly. So it's our responsibility not to reveal their identity. For that also, the media organizations was like mostly the female journalists in the media organizations, and I must say that in that case, male journalists also have been doing a very good job to finally sensitize everyone that we shouldn't reveal the identity of survivors. You guys must remember one thing, that we are all living in this so-called modern century, and still I have to talk about all this. And then the harassment complaint in other forms, like academic and like in film industry only. Because in most of the cases, the survivors get support of half of the people in the society. There is even now a tendency to be part of the problem who are supportive of the accused. I won't say that a crime carried out by a woman is not a crime. A crime carried out by a man or a woman is a crime only. But I am saying that in the cases in which women are the one who are at the receiving end, who were subject to such heinous crimes, in that cases also, men are getting more support than women in most cases. And currently the most debated such case in Kerala is the sexual harassment complaint against poet and activist Chandra. You all know that he is a very famous person. And his fame is now used by many people to victim shame the complainant in that particular case. So here also, only because of all these sensitization conversations, debates and all, most of the media houses now have taken the stand that we should give more weightage to what the woman says. We can't be like very neutral. We can't be like very impartial in handling such cases, because women are always at the receiving end. They are the most vulnerable in such cases or in such stories, news articles. So we can't be like very impartial and giving more same importance to what Chandran says, like the importance we gave to the survivor. No, it can't be. Fairness won't work. No, not fairness, but this kind of so-called neutrality won't work. We have to be fair. Fair to who? To the survivor only. And just because I have told earlier, most of the women journalists have been fighting for these things inside the media groups. Now that in cases like a person like Chandra, who is also very so-called prominent cultural figure in Code in the northern part of Kerala, media houses have now started giving more weightage to what a woman has to say. This is one example again in the sexual harassment cases. There are plenty of them which I can talk about for hours. I will talk on one more element and will conclude. The crimes carried out by women, like if ever a woman kills someone, her mother or father or kid, again there is that kind of masala attribution, like the narrative is presented in a masala filled form, because again, because the lack of sensitivity on the part of the reporter who write the story, editor who edit the story, and the other editor who put out the story finally. So when a woman in Kasaragod, it was like 2 years ago, I think, carried out a crime, a television journalist, a male journalist asked her husband a question. That was the most insensitive question ever a journalist can ask to any of the relative of an accused or survivor. But that guy asked that question, since because the woman carried out a crime. But imagine if her husband was in her place, if her husband was the one who actually carried out the crime, no reporter, male or female, will ever go and ask him the same question. So, and again, women are never given the weightage because they have postpartum depression or they have any other issues like issues related to periods, menstrual issues. The society is not even now in a position to think that women actually have vulnerabilities which men don't have. So it's our responsibility to give a bit more weightage to be fair to the women issues. This is the same between the media houses also. And from that insensitivity comes questions like the one asked by that male reporter to the husband of that woman. So, but in that cases also, we have succeeded to a certain extent. Be a little more sensitive. Or no, we are not saying that when a woman is carrying out a crime, don't call her a criminal or nothing like that. Okay, we should report that. We should write stories about them. But in the same way as well, men are carrying out crimes. It can't be like flowered with masala. It can't be like marinated, presented with masala. Give the same news as when a man carries out a crime. When a woman carries out a crime, don't make her a more hardcore criminal. That's the whole point. So all the issues which I have spoken briefly or elaborately now are some of the things which women in media are fighting to sort out, to address. Finally, we believe that some or the other day we will be able to have a total success. I think that's enough for now. I can take any questions if any one of you have any questions.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Your presence is highly appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the fruitful and broadening idea on the topic. Ma'am, with your permission, can we take questions from the audience?
Yeah.
Dear participants, if you have any queries, you may raise your hands so that we will unmute you, or you could put it in the chat box and that the question will be addressed here.
And also I have a request. I have only 7 more minutes to spare.
It's okay, ma'am. It's okay.
How to leave for an minute.
Yeah. There was some delay.
It's okay. It happens. I can understand.
Sorry. And participants, we are waiting. If you have any questions, please put in the chat box or please raise your hand so that we will unmute you. By the time, here is an announcement for all the research scholars and students, those who are doing paper presentations. Please be ready with your PPTs. We will be beginning shortly. Ma'am, shall we wait for a few minutes?
Yeah.
Ma'am, somebody has raised the hand.
Okay.
We will be unmuting her shortly.
Hello. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yeah.
Yes, you're audible.
Okay. Myself, Pooja A, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, St. Mary's College, Puttanangadi. First of all, I would like to convey my great gratitude to the entire team behind the 2-day international webinar. Congrats all my dearest colleagues for your fathomless effort to make this inaugural session of this academic initiative more successful. Okay, ma'am, I have 2 questions to ask you. My first questions and concern is regarding the freedom and independence of online media, because as we know that most of the Indian media are either the control of a corporate or the control of political parties or political persons. And you are currently working with independent online media, and also you had a work experience with frontline printed media outlets. So, ma'am, compared what media outlets or which kind of media outlets provide you a freedom to do your duty or to provide you freedom to select your news story as a women journalist? And second concern is regarding relating to the women organizations, because as we know that many Indian women journalists are struggling to sustain their space as a journalist. We have a renowned example regarding the Gauri Lankesh, who lost their lives to struggle or to sustain the values and independence of journalism. So other than women organization or other than Editors Guild or other than Press Council of India, do you have any ethical grievances still to put forward your grievances as a woman journalist in journalistic field? These two are my questions to ask you, ma'am.
Okay. So first question, which kind of media organization gives a female journalist more freedom? Am I right?
Yes, ma'am.
I think we can't say that print media gives more freedom to women journalists. We can't say that visual media gives more freedom to women journalists. We can't say that. No, it's an online media that gives more freedom to women journalists. But it's all depends on who heads. By heading, I mean who actually funds those organizations. And who can fund an organization can be chosen by who actually heads that organization, means the editor or the founder. If someone who is not that very keen to cover women-related issues on their media outlet, we won't have any freedom to, or a free hand, like we have in the news media, to cover the women issues. I mean, as we do in organizations like that. Same is the case to freedom to women journalists. It's no, but I think from my experience and from what I have been witnessing for a couple of years, at current day time, it's like the online media which is giving more freedom to women journalists. But it's again depends on who runs these organizations. But I think not every online media organization, but at least half of them are run by, or a good number of them are run by very liberal, who are very sensitive women issues and women journalists are run by those kind of people. And with that perspective, we can say that it's mostly online media that gives a bit more freedom to women journalists. But it's not like in every online media gives that much freedom to a women journalist. Because it's the online media which dares to cover, which earlier the so-called mainstream or other media never used to cover. Examples are sexual harassment cases against these people like this Simchagaran and all. The mainstream media earlier never used to give the prominence it ought to be given to such news. Only after the advent and the establishment and the flourishing of online media like ours or the Wire or the Print or the Caravan, like such news are getting more importance in media. And same is the case with freedom to women journalists also. Now, it's like, at least in a comparative analysis, it is more the online media that gives more freedom to women journalists. And to the second question, in that case only, I won't say that women journalists don't have the freedom in a country like India, in the current political situation, but only male journalists have. No, it is the same, equal for both male and female journalists, because I know Gauri language was killed, but there are journalists who get arrested, who get killed in many states. Female journalists are getting, male journalists are getting arrested, like Muhammad Zubair of Old News was recently arrested and he got released on bail. And it is that kind of freedom is same, or that kind of risk factor is same for both female and male journalists.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the question, Dr. Pooja. Are
Shall
there
we
any
wind
other-
up by 11:45? Is that okay with you guys?
Yes, ma'am. We'll wind up. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you once again, ma'am, for such an informative session and for the interaction with the audience. It's a pleasure to have you here. Thank you.
Thank you so much for listening. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, ma'am.
We are winding up the morning session of day 1 of the international webinar on media, society, culture, emerging trends. It is important to pay homage to the hardy efforts of all the people who have gathered here. So now I would like to invite Mr. Anandan, Head of the Department of Commerce and Management Studies, to deliver vote of thanks. So please.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Satya. Good morning, all. I feel honored and privileged to have an opportunity to propose vote of thanks on this special occasion. I would like to thank all the honorable delegates who blessed with us this and their presence. First, I would like to thank our beloved principal, Reverend Father Denny Cholapallil, principal, and his support throughout this program. And next, I would like to thank Reverend Father Jose Matthew Parrail, Provincial Superior of CFIC India and Chairman of St. Mary's College, for such a wonderful and inspiring words. My sincere thanks to Professor Dr. M.B. Narayanan, Vice Chancellor, Sri Shankaracharya University of Sanskrit, Kaladi, for your address. It was really an eye-opener. Thank you, sir. Let me take this opportunity to thank Dr. Sandar Leshai, former Home Minister of Albania, for giving us a clear picture regarding the topic media and social issues. We will ever remain grateful to you, and we thank you for being with us today. Thank you, sir. My sincere thanks to Ms. Sarita S. Balan, Kerala Bureau Head, the News Minute, for your wonderful and powerful presentation on the topic Women in Media and how media handles issues related to women. We are really appreciate you for sharing your views and suggestions on these current issues. Thank you, ma'am. I would like to thank Reverend Father Chako Kuchuparambil, Vice Principal of St. Mary's College, for his constant help and guidance that radiated a source of energy within us. An event of this dimension cannot happen overnight, and the wheels start rolling months in advance. My sincere thanks to Mr. Ashwin PK, coordinator of this webinar. Also, I'm very much thankful to all the program committee members. Last but not least, I thank all the faculty, colleagues, and all my institutions who gathered here to make this program very successful. Thank you. Once again, thanking you all.
Thank you, Anandan, sir, for your token of gratitude. We will begin the paper presentation within a few minutes, and I request all the scholars to be ready with your paper and PPTs. Rules and regulations during paper presentations. The time limit of each presentation is 10 minutes. This will be followed by a short discussion for 2 to 3 minutes. You can expect questions from the judging panel and from the audience. Please take care not to exceed the time to keep our session on schedule. The moderator will coordinate the session and will act as a vigilant time creeper. The participants are requested to present their paper in PPT formats and please take care, join in the name format prescribed. In case of any technical issues or delay from the participant during the presentation, for the time being, we will move on to the next participant. But don't get panicked. You will be given another chance for the presentation and the time will be informed personally. We have a panel of eminent judges here and their judgments will be final. Here is information for the audience. You're allowed to ask questions during the discussion after each presentation, and please put your questions to the chat box. Ensure that the questions are respectful. We will not advocate disrespectful questioning. For the audience to get a participation certificate, you are requested to fill the feedback form from which we will be providing towards the end of the session.
Now let me introduce the panel of judges. Dr. Gio Paul is the principal of Rural Academy of Management Studies, Cochin. He is an approved research supervisor for management at Bharatiya University, Coimbatore, and Christ University. He occupied the designations like Principal of Talent Institute of Management Studies, Academic Advisor of ISA College of Engineering, Coimbatore, and the head of the Department of MPA at ELIMS Group of Institutions, Thrissur. He is a highly qualified academician and experienced technocrat holding an engineering diploma in electronics and instrumentation. He has been conferred a PhD in management from VMU Salem. His classes are enriched by his teaching experience of over 18 years and 4 years of industry experience. He has worked with many reputed organizations. He has published 12 research articles in reputed journals and 2 books in the area of information technology and management. Welcome, sir.
Our next judge.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, welcome, sir. Our next judge, Ms. Aparna Prashanti. Aparna Prashanti is a journalist, media watcher, writer, and film critic. She obtained a postgraduate degree in journalism from the University of Calicut. She has presented papers on various international and national seminars on various aspects of journalism and has conducted Kerala government public relation programs. Srimati Aparna got the Kozhikodan Cinema Book Award and Critics Award for the best book on cinema for her first book, Chalachitra Tara, in 2017. She is a passionate journalist who constantly publishes articles for Manorama, Mathrubhumi, Reporter, and Indian Express groups. Welcome, ma'am.
Our next judge is Dr. Jensmon George. Dr. Jensmon George, presently working as Associate Professor and Dean of Studies with Monty International Institute of Management Studies, Puttanangadi. He has a PhD in management from Bharatiya University. He has a master's in business administration from Mangalam College of Engineering. He also took MSc Psychology from Madras University. He published research papers and articles in national and international journals. Before joining Monty Institute, he was holding the positions of Program Head of MBA Program in KMCT College of Engineering and was acting as the founder principal of KMCT Arts and Science College, Calicut. Welcome, sir. I cordially invite all the 3 judges to the presentations. Dear participants, we will begin the presentation shortly. Please be ready with your PPTs.
Judges, with your permission, shall we begin? Jyopal sir?
Yes,
Aparna?
yes, yes.
Yeah, Aparna ma'am?
Yes, yes.
Gentlemen sir, shall we begin?
Yes, ma'am, it is okay. You can start.
Thank you. Participants, please be ready with your PPT presentations. Our first participant, Mr. Avinash. Judges, please note the code SMC04. SMC04.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, Mr. Avinash, you're audible and your PPT is visible.
All right. Should I start now or shall I start?
Yes, yes, you may start.
Yes, yes, you can start.
So, good morning, everyone. My name is Avinash, and I'll be presenting on the topic textual violence, symbolic power, and the new media, a case study of student activists. So, just to briefly introduce the topic, digital ecosystems are not very, India is not a country which has been used to digital ecosystems, and we are like a little bit new to this digital ecosystems. And it needs to be mentioned that we have borrowed most of the technologies from the West, and we have actually placed it in our society. So, as a society, we have a structure, and we already have a certain systems of power equations and everything, and we have superimposed the technologies from radio to rockets. Everything has been borrowed and customized to the needs of our society. So this is the trajectory of the technology which we are like seeing. And after 1991 reforms, we have Rajiv Gandhi working on computers and trying to bring in new IT systems to India. And that was a kind of a top-down introduction which we see from the political leadership to the bottom of the society. So this is the starting point in which I look at the new media, which is the mostly the social media, and how it interacts with the society. This is going to be the field of study which I've chosen. So the starting itself is, as I explained, it's a little bit problematic. It's like coming from a point of exclusion, and it's also coming from an elite top-down approach, which was visible if you see it historically, like when Twitter or Facebook was introduced. Only some of the people were able to use it. Of course, now the users have broadened, but historically, if you see how it came, we can understand how it has come in the top-down approach. So the social media has its own positives and negatives, and some of the positives I've just listed. It creates a democratic space, which was very visible in the Arab Spring, and its role in during that. And also the Gramscian concept of public space and the informed public opinion was very visible during this social media. But also the negatives which we are seeing is very, very stark, which already some of the scholars have discussed. Some of the people who also presented, they also discussed, how there's a corporate filters, how there is a political propaganda, and all those things. So in this mixed response, I'm just placing my study, and the context of the study is also, the demography of India, which is changing, and also the new importance given by the political and social actors for the new media. I mean, I would like to draw the attention to the, an example of, a book written by Chaturvedi, which talks about digital army by the political parties to manage the feeds, to actually sort of manage their digital wings. So that is the significance of social media these days. And in this context, there is also institutional systems which is emerging for this specific use. For example, some people from ITs or some people from technological background, they are hired and they are using some algorithms to manage feeds and to actually manipulate and kind of manage the emotions and also the opinions of the people. So in this context, social media becomes very significant, and it's the fact that it is becoming new normal. Like everybody is assuming that this is the norm, and the violence or the symbolic power which is shown in the social media is the new normal is more troubling, and that that made me to think about this and to start studying this phenomena of social media, and the social activists, student social activists. So the point is that the politics has shifted from the normal physical world to the virtual world, and everybody is trying to capture space in the digital space, and in which the student political activists play a very significant role. And it is very interesting to study and look at them because of few reasons. One is that they are actually the tech savvy, and they are actually they don't have personal assistants or like PAs or anybody to manage their feeds. They themselves manage it, and which makes us to read their thinking and their mind. Also, they evolve. Student activists, they evolve. They are at an early stage of their public opinion forming, and they also evolve. And we are able to see how they manage the evolution and how they actually receive and give the feeds and tweets. So as earlier scholars discussed, the top position is almost managed by, I mean, the top level, if you take the hierarchy of media users, the top level is probably captured by the politicians and the corporate world, which has its own agenda and its own politics around it. But if you see the middle level, which is being contested, it's like a space which is, there is space sort of a negotiations, and it's contested and everybody wants to fight for it. And in this context, we see the student activists in particular and media activists, media spaces fighting, certain small medias fighting for the space in the middle media space. I like to use the two thinkers which are like Ulrich Beck, who are sociologists, Ulrich Beck and Giddens, who talk about the modernity and how we are going into a society of risk. There is an enhanced risk, and we are negotiating the risks in everyday lives. So with that, I'll just go into the statement of problem. And the McLuhan talks about the medium being the message. The medium is given more weightage than the message itself. The medium which you propagate the message becomes the ground in which you can articulate the feelings. You can create and recreate imaginations and also aspirations and interactions of the people. Now we are using a different medium. Earlier it was like a physical world, and we can actually, the medium plays a more important role than the media itself, than the content itself. So in this context, I'm just going to analyze two questions, these are my research questions. One is the sources and contents of the hate messages and how it's being transmitted in the new media, the social media, and how activists actually deal with it. Probably I just started with finding out, the identity formation, how identities are formed in the social, in the digital space. And also I want to look at what are the strategies used by the student activists to deal with this kind of hate speeches and all those things. But the strategies part I couldn't actually complete in this part of paper itself. I think I'll take it up later. So these are the objectives. I mean, as I said, how to, sort of understand the patterns of latent violence, which is not very visible. Like physical violence is much more visible. We can see who is a powerful person, who is not, and how does they perpetuate the force, what is the riots and all those things. But in a digital space, these are much more latent, and it's not very visible. And we need to uncode it to different means, because it is assumed and it is believed that the social media offers a democratic space and everybody has equal say and freedom and autonomy. Everything is there. But also the backside of it, the other side of it, is the hate speeches and latent manifestation of power, which I would like to see in this study. So research methodology broadly, there are like two. Data collection was done in two parts. I think the sample size is pretty less. I had only collected 10 case studies, but 10 case studies are very diverse, and I have made sure that all of the student activists are from different backgrounds, like probably region-wise, language-wise, also race-wise, caste-wise, and gender. Everything I have just made sure that it's more diverse, so that everybody's perspective can be obtained. Also, so basically the data collection is two parts. One is, the first part is about semi-structured interviews, through which I just identified some of the social media handlers of student political parties, and mostly student political parties. And also had an interview. Had a semi-structured interview with them. I just had an interaction with them and got hold of their experience and their probably how they manage all those things. And the second part, I also asked them to send send their feeds, and I digitally archived the tweets which they got, which they found most affecting them, which affected them the most in the recent past. So in that way, I was able to archive some of the hurtful or the most emotional, trauma they
Sorry
faced.
to
And
interrupt, Mr. Ashwin. The time is already up. You may conclude your presentations within 2 minutes.
all right, I'll just come to the conclusion. So this is the second part was basically the content analysis part, digitally archiving and the content analysis. So limitations, I mean, it's just, it's since it's a digital media, it has its own limitations because I can't go for a sample frame. I can't have a transnationality of the users, and trawlers are hidden. They have their own anonymity. So there is sort of limitations. So coming to the results, which is the most important thing. So first of all, analyzing the sources and contents of it, I found that there is a sort of link between the physical and the virtual world, which is very important. And second is that there is a local and the global phenomena. For example, most of the student activists are placed in a space which is like a different space compared to their hometown. Like they are placed in a university space which is considered to be progressive and which is considered to be open to all those freedom and all those things. But we see that the violence also happens. I mean, whatever tweets they make also has repercussions at their hometown. So they have to face some of the threats in the hometown, or some of their friends or relatives face some threats. So there is a link between this always. So which was visible. And second is that there is increased vulnerability. I mean, like though everybody feels that there is increased vulnerability, all the respondents felt that there is an increased risk, there is increased vulnerability, but still they are in a sense compelled to use these means to communicate to their followers, to have a fan following, and to follow their aims and ambitions. So that is the thing, and sometimes they feel that that sometimes you also get the sense that trawlers, the people who are abusing, they are doing it for the. It's sometimes textural. It comes in from a certain political equations. Also, sometimes it is sort of a pastime for them. So this is I mean, like I had the 10 interviews, and then I have just coded it in a certain way. I mean, like I've just given the reference of my coding also in it. So you can see the kind of people who are getting, what kind of people are getting what kind of trolls, and how it is related to their identity and their assertion and all those politics as well. So to give a broad sense of it, just we can see that I mean, like to conclude and just give a broad perspective of my research. It was like women generally who are the respondents, they have most of their comments on body and character assassination. This was the major comments they have received, and this is the point of conflict for them. And men mostly had political abuses or general abuses, whereas caste also played a major role. I mean, like people somehow had found their caste, and then they always attack the question of reservation, meritocracy. One of my respondents was like, he always gets a comment. I mean, somehow he has never mentioned anywhere that he is from a lower caste, but always he gets a comment that you have come from reservation, you are wasting the resources of the institute, and you don't deserve it. These kind of comments keep on. He keeps on receiving this. So at a point he says that I've got used to it, and I've just moved on, and I know how to manage it now. So that actually takes me to the next question of how that identity of the individuals are formed. I mean, like how does people understand you are from a certain caste, or you're from certain gender, for instance, or you're from you have a certain sexual orientation, or you have a certain political orientation, and how do they actually target? I mean, how do they target it? That becomes the most important question, especially in a digital space. So, of course, the vulnerabilities of individuals are being exposed through the social media. And I mean, in terms of bios, or in terms of past feeds also, like some of the respondents saying that some of the past feeds, when he was not so much aware of the political happenings and all those things, he had posted certain things, and some people had taken the screenshot of it and then they saved it, and later they had used it for imposing his identity. I mean, though he was not, he had a very different opinion right now. He has changed his opinion and he is in favor of certain things. But still, people try to impose that view, or impose that image of himself, like through this repeated posts. And he also says that there's a coordinated effort among the trawlers. It's not like the individual is doing it. there are like coordinated effort. Like one guy tweets the same thing. After some time, somebody else in their circle, friends circle or somebody, they also tweet. So the trawlers are like united, and there is a coordinated effort to impose certain. They give an image to you. It's not like no, you are given an image because of so and so, but they give an image because they think you are so and so. So that's how the collective imagination of your image is being reinforced by repeated posts and comments with the aim to cause distress and to disengage the victim from this digital space. So it's like a contested space, which in which some people are like who are acting as a collective are gaining power, and some people who are like who are actually individuals, they are actually in a victimized state. So to just give the conclusion of it, the crux of it is that overall the production and consumption of violence in digital spaces is becoming a new normal. It's becoming a normalized phenomena, and all of the respondents felt that it is like a norm, and they are likely to get, if you are active in social media, you are likely to get some negative comments or like hate comments, and it's quite normal. And this is also reflected in their when I ask them about how do you believe the system, like why can't you go and complain, what are the means of you to complain, they are like there is a sense of losing trust in the system itself, like the mechanisms of complaining or mechanisms of reporting. They have just lost belief in the system. So that is a reflection of how these things are becoming normal in our day-to-day lives. And with that, I'll just conclude. Just, just a point to just mention is that Twitter and Facebook, they have their character limits. I mean, for example, a Twitter tweet can only have 280 tweets. Earlier it was 140. Now they have 280 characters you can tweet. So you can imagine the kind of changes which is happening in this new media in general. Like you have to be much more succinct to the point, and sometimes it just creates a sort of I mean, like we are just moving into a new society which is going to be very sharp and very probably it's hurtful or it's appreciative. Those comments are going to be very sharp. Yeah. So with this, I just conclude. I mean, like that is the overall findings of my research.
Thank you, Mr. Avinash. That was a nice presentation. It's time for the judges to ask questions. Geopol, sir.
Yes, Avinash, I would like to ask one question. What should be as per your study, what should be the role of students' activities to solve the issues that you have identified? What should be the role of students' activists to identify and to reduce these unfavorable influence of social media?
Shall I answer it, or I'll take more questions? I mean, like, or I'll just answer it.
Okay, that panel, that a coordinator can decide on that one. You give the reply. You give the reply.
Okay. I just I mean, like through my study, I just try to understand what kind of strategies they have. I mean, like as I mentioned in the last, I mean, like, do they actually complain? Do they actually report the tweets? There is a sort of, I mean, there is a mechanism which is within the media itself. I mean, like if you're using Twitter, they have a mechanism to complain. They have a mechanism to report. And if you give a proof of something, the tweet can be removed. That is one mechanism. And also the state mechanism is also there. I mean, recently also they are just IP rules. So they are bringing in new rules to handle these kind of at a systemic level. But student activists in general, since they are individuals, they are actually coping up with it. They are not actually complaining. They are actually coping up. They have their own individual strategies to manage with it. And I mean, like, role of student activists could be to probably get the attention of the state to come up with a solution. But I think we are actually grappling the solution. I think solution is much more complicated here, because we have to manage there's a trade-off between freedom of expression also and the hate speech which you are getting. So I think student activists can raise the issue at the systemic level.
definitely they have to bring that issues in front of the authorities. At the same time, they should not manipulate whatever that information or the data is that is coming in the social media. So in that way, they can do a little bit for the corrections that should be happening in that social media.
Yes, that is social media itself becomes like an autograph. I mean, like whatever tweets we give, it automatically archives. So
that okay.
It's like, yeah, it's becoming difficult for manipulation in general.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Aparna ma'am.
Avinash, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Audible.
Yeah. First of all, I would like to ask, social media violence have more auditing nature than real life violence within courts. All are violences, I know, but you can't slut shame a woman in public, but you can do it very easily on social media, I guess. And do your samples have faced violence from faceless fake IDs or from real IDs? I just want to know that.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. I think the first point, like it's a very valid point. I mean, I also take that is why this freedom and autonomy. I mean, anatomy.
Yeah.
Anonymity. Sorry, anonymity and freedom. This is the crux of the media itself, and that also actually is the other side of the violence. I mean, like since they can hide behind the screen or like hide behind something, it's easier for them to do it.
Yes.
And state mechanisms are poor, and that is one reason where they do it.
Yeah, of course.
And second thing to explain about the sample size. I mean, they are based on physical world samples only. I mean, like I did start with. I mean, the starting point for me is the student activists who are handling the social media handles of the student political parties, for example, SFI or some parties, whatever they are handling. So they were the ones who are likely to get more comments and to have a broader or higher media exposure. So that is the starting point. And then I did interview of their friends, some of the other different political party and their friends who actually had a sort of faced kind of an harassment or an abuse in the social media.
Okay.
I mean, samples were real. I mean, I had a face-to-face interview only with most of them.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, face-to-face interview, and then it was followed by, archiving their comments. They also shared their comments. Like they gave me comments, which I have actually digitally archived in my paper also. In my paper, I've just archived them, and then I did a content analysis of the comments which they gave. Whichever they felt more hurtful for them, I just asked them to share that experience and give that comment. So that is how I just got a list of comments.
Yeah, okay. May you develop this further?
Yes, thank you.
It's a multi-dimensional topic actually. So you can develop it into various angles, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Sure, ma'am. I'll just work on it more.
Gentleman, sir.
Avinash, good afternoon.
Good afternoon,
Avinash, good afternoon. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
I have gone through your paper. And its topic is structural violence, symbolic power, and new media, a case study of student activists. So when going to the keywords, I have written caste, media, intersectionality, gender, and public space. You have never used any words you have used in your topic as the keyword. That is my first comment before coming to my questions. And when it comes to a case study, you have used 10 cases. And you have used purposive sampling, that is a non-probability sampling, that is convenient sampling. And I don't know why you used purposive sampling for these 10 confirmed cases. That is my second question, just note down. You can take it as a comment also. And the third one is, my suggestion is, when you are going for a case study, you should be more case specific. You have used a 30 here, you have used a table here. Everything is mentioned there, like political parties, which party the troller is included, and what is the religion of the person who suffered. All these things you have included in your paper, but you should be a little more careful. Then only the readers can understand what you are exactly meaning. These are the comments. And my questions are, what is the contribution of your study to the society? I think you're listening to me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm just noting down points.
Okay, my first question is, what is the contribution of your study to the society?
Yes, sir. So, should I just start responding, sir?
Yeah, yes.
Yes, sir. I think keyword is a very, valid point. I was just developing it. I mean, it's actually at a little bit preliminary stage, and I'm working on more. Actually, I took interviews, and then I'm actually transcribing. I didn't fully quote all the interviews, all the case studies. I'm just transcribing the interviews. So it's in the process. I would be adding some more works. I think I'll take the feedbacks which is coming from here and probably work on it more. So in that way, keywords will be addressed. I think some of the keywords, some of the themes which I wanted to go in a theoretical way, I was not able to go because I just grabbed. I just made a paper for this conference, but in a more depth, I would be handling in a more theoretical way. I have some more theories also, sociological theories, which I'll be using. So that's why I've mentioned those keywords. And purposive sampling, sir. I mean, as I mentioned, it is one of the limitations in which we are working. I mean, the traditional media or the media houses, they have their specific people, and then they have their own hierarchy, and they have a set of people who we can actually contact and manage, and we also know. But social media is much more. It's very difficult for us to understand who is who. I mean, at a single go, you need to get used to it. You need to get understanding of. A more nuanced understanding to understand where they are placed. So that's why I've chosen this purposive sampling. As I mentioned, we couldn't find the sampling frame, like how many activists are there in social media. I mean, that we couldn't understand, or how many users are there, or how many probably student activists are there in the social media itself. It's a little bit tough to find out. And without, sampling frame, I couldn't go for a probability-based sampling. So that's why we had a purposive sampling, and just to make sure that I capture the diverse experiences, I had very diverse case studies, like from gender to region, religion, everything. I've just tried to diversify it as much as possible, and I think I would do a little bit more also to capture it. And the third comment sir gave us about the political party names and religion. I think that is one of the dilemma which we also faced. I mean, the names I have anonymized. I mean, there is no names or personal identity has been anonymized. But I think political parties name we need to understand, because then only we can get a sense of where is the comments coming from. For example, if some comment is coming from the right wing to the left wing person, that gives a sense of it. I mean, like if we just anonymize it, then we won't be able to understand why is he commenting on or like why is he passing the hate comment. So that is why I just kept this political parties and the ideological orientations and religious orientations and their regions in the table. But I have just tried to make sure that there is no name in such. I mean, as such. In the thing, and I also taken the consent of the interviews whenever I did. I mean, like after taking the consent only, I have just archived their comments. I mean, I was able to access their comments only when they gave me. So that is one check I have made for myself to make sure that it's ethical. And sir, I mean, the question which you asked is about the contribution to the society. I think we are moving towards the new media, and the new media is becoming the normal these days. I mean, the real-time information which we get, and also some of the interactions in the new media becomes the news feed for the papers. Like we can see papers creating. So in that sense, we can see that it's becoming new normal. Debate, or probably I would say I'm just trying to start this discussion of social media and violence, which is something which is very important. I also mentioned it's becoming easier for someone to criticize or behind the wheel. So the contribution, I'm probably not much. I mean, it's not a big or much of a contribution, but it's a starting point for a discussion to start. That's how I think I would see it.
Okay, Vinash, I have one more question. I have a lot to ask, but due to the time limit, I cannot asking all the questions. I don't asking. Do you think that your result can be generalized? Is it possible to generalize your results?
Yes, sir. I think to some extent it is generalizable. I mean, because social media, I mean, the student activists are the heavy users in general. They are in the public face, so they are bound to get more comments than like a normal person. But we are able to understand how kind of political spaces within digital spaces function. So in that sense, I think it's kind of generalizable, because somebody who is having or receiving a hate comment is going through a similar experience. I mean, like, the reason why they are receiving the hate comment is not much different from what I have shown on the table. So I mean, like, a woman generally gets a hate comment of a character or body, and somebody who's having a political view, they get, I mean, like, they get anti-political views. So in that sense, somebody who's getting a hate comment or a personal slur for a comment is almost similar, I think, based on gender or based on your political views. So in that sense, I believe it can be generalized to a broader society also.
Okay, Vinash, thank you very much. That's all from my side.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Ravinash. Judges, I hope we have done with him. Shall we move on to the next participant?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Avinash. Jyopal, sir.
Okay.
Our next participant is R. Anbarashi. Judges, please note the card number SMC 12.
Start the section.
Yes, Anbarashi,
Yes. I can start.
You're audible.
Good afternoon to all. My topic is cybercrime awareness and prevention among students in college. Introductions. Cybercrime related topics and topic in today current years of internet and mobile phones act as powerful device and among people in the world, powerful device of mobile phone and the internet. People can share information and converse via the internet from any location or settings at a place with their internet connections anytime, internet connections, location settings. The advancement of digital technology has made the people dependent on internet in all their needs. Nowadays, smartphones play an important role in accessing the internet. Although humans have reaped significant benefits from the internet and new technology, both in terms of power and visibility, as well as access and opportunity, they are also vulnerable to abuses in the digital realm. New technologies leads to insecurity of humans as cybercrime in today's virtual world. Apart from age and gender, many people connected with each other through social media. Next slide. The social media platforms act as a modern day support source. The social media users are increasing day by day especially among the young generation. It becomes as integral parts of college students in their daily life. Social media sites such as WhatsApp, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram are often used by college students. My objectives to analyze the students' awareness about cybercrime in the study area. Respondents' opinions toward the securities measures to be followed. Suggest the college students about cybercrime and securities measures to follow. Objectives. Review of databases, Vigils and Behance Mandir 2012 obtained data through a survey from 028 British adult in July 2011. The survey aimed at finding out whether the respondent lost money through online romance scams or if they knew someone who had lost money to this online crime. The results showed that 0.7% of respondents lost money and 2.3% claimed to know someone who had lost money to romance scams. The authors processed that law enforcement agencies needed to make it easiest for victims to report the loss of money from online romance scams and other offers related to online romance relationships. Next, McDonald and Robert Pittman, 2010, conducted study on cyberbullying among 439 colleges, students enrolled at mid-sized and mid-western universities in the US. The results established that 38% of the respondents who participate in the study someone who had been cyberbullied and 21.9% reported having been cyberbullied. The study also examined the entire relationships between cyberbullying, traditional bullying, and demographic variables such as gender, ethnicities, and sexual orientations. It was observed that gender significance and negatively correlates with bullying others, which indicates that men were more likely to bully in the traditional forms than other. In the case of cyberbullying, such correlations was not found. Further, no significant correlations between ethnicities and any of the cyberbullying or bullying variable was found. However, sexual orientation such was significantly and positively corrected with knowing someone who had been cyberbullied. Methodology. The study was limited to 5 colleges in Tirunelveli. The investigations was conducted to collect the data regarding the awareness about cybercrime and prevention methods, followed by students to protect their data and other information. The investigators constructed a strong questionnaire in Google form based on the previous studies and consulted with field experts. Then the questionnaire was sent to 250 selected respondents by 50 students each of the 5 colleges. The research received only 221 completely formed from the respondents. The response rate is 88.40%. Types of respondents for UG students, PG students, research scholars. UG students 131, PG students 67, scholars 23%. Next, age of the respondents below 20 years 92%, 20 to 20 years 78%, above 22 years 51%. Next slide. Outline of samples unity and respondents. Madurai Dravida College, Madurai Dravida College 46%, John's College Tirunelveli 44%, Sarah Tucker College Tirunelveli 42%, ST Saviour's College Autonomous 45%, Sadak Abdullah College 44%. Next slide. Finding. It is founded that maximizations of 131 respondents, 59.28%, undergraduate students, 30.32% postgraduate students, and 23 respondents, 10.41% research scholars. It is now that 92 respondents, 41.63% belong to the age group below 20 years. 35.29% of respondents to 22 years and 23.8% for 51 respondents come under the age of group of above 22 years. It is understood that a maximum of 137 respondents, 61.99% female, and the remaining 38.01% are males. It is founded that is maximum of 124 respondents, 56.11%. Now about the terms cybercrime, and 43.89% of the students are still not know about the terms. Next. It is understood that a maximum of 129 respondents about hackers, followed by 112 respondents of crackers, 106 respondents slamming attackers, 95 respondents, cyber terrorists, 83 respondents understood about carrier criminals, and only 72 respondents now about pranksters. It is noted that a maximum of 72 respondents, 32.58% report to cybercrime policies, followed by 26.70% local policy stage. 9.95% friends, 8.60% in family members, 8.14% CBCID, 5.43% said they ignore the issues, and only 2.71% of the respondents intimate the issues of principals, HODs of their college. There is a significant associations between the demographic profiles of the respondents and their awareness about cyber crimes. Next, ma'am. My suggestions: college students should be aware of cybercrimes, particularly female students, and the honored authorities should take necessary steps for the same. The students community must know about the precautionary measures against cybercrime. The students are properly educated to protect their data resource from the crackers. E-resource from the crackers. Conclusion, last. Cybercrime is the deadliest epidemic confronting our planets in their millenniums. A cybercrime criminal can destroy websites and portals by hacking and planting virus, carry out online frauds by transferring funds from one corner of the global to another, gain access to highly confidently and sensitive information, cases, harassment by emails, threats of or abusions of materials, play, tax fraud, including cyber pornography, involving children, and committing innumerable other crimes on the internet. It is said that none secures in the cyber world with the growing uses the internet. Cybercrime would affect us all either directly or indirectly. Realizing the potentials of this cyber violations, laws are beginning formulated, and security agents are beginning trained and equipped to handle such cases in many countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anbarashi.
Thank you, ma'am.
Judges, she has done with her presentations. Now you may raise your questions.
Yes,
also, please.
Okay, first of all, I would like to congratulate you for the topic, the complete, a comprehensive presentation of the topic. At the same time, I would like to a suggestion regarding the review of literature. If it is better to include more recent literature in that collection, that will be the variable may be more fine-tuned. So that is one of the suggestions from my side. And I would like to ask one
Okay, sir.
question, the main question, that is, have you identified any significant difference between the colleges in terms of their awareness regarding the cyber security issues? Have you identified any significant difference between the colleges? So this cyber security information or knowledge is concerned. The second question I want to ask, that is, have you identified any significant relation between the cyber terrorism, the knowledge regarding the cyber terrorism and gender? Is there any significant difference between the genders regarding the awareness about the cyber terrorism? These two questions I would like to put in front of you.
Yes, sir. Questions online timing as colleges, few colleges question has come collecting, sir. Few colleges collecting, sir, question has from the timing on the time 5 colleges students are separately, sir. Sir.
Okay, that's I agreed. That is it. Have you identified any significant difference between these colleges? The knowledge of this cyber security is concerned. Any difference you feel from college to college?
Sir, online classes, sir. Online questions difference.
From your study, that means your analysis, have you identified? I'm not as you are collected through that Google form, that I know that one. Have you identified any difference from college to college?
Yes, sir.
Knowledge level is
college. Sir, percentage really. College, I am suitable. Surroundings are my surrounding colleges are suitable and the colleges are choose.
Okay, so don't put the name specifically of the colleges, but you tell that one. What do you feel that any difference between these the awareness is concerned? Any difference from college to college?
Okay. Yes, sir.
Yes, you identified.
Ms. Anbarashi, kindly unmute your mic. I think there are some technical issues here. Ms. Anbarashi, please unmute your mic. Judges, please wait. There are some technical issues.
Ma'am?
Yeah.
Yes, Anbarashi, you're audible.
Yes. Okay. Okay, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am. Sorry.
It's okay. So you can continue.
Sir,
any need to repeat the questions?
Yes, sir. Okay, sir. I am ready, sir. Difference in one the two colleges is difference of the students, college students.
Yeah, two colleges are having significant difference, no? Awareness is concerned.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
so that means college should
College. Yes, sir.
Then what about this cyber terrorism related information and the gender? That is, what is the association you find out?
Attack the threats of attack, sir. Attack the cyber threats of attack the students.
Okay, I am asking about whether the female candidates are more aware about it or male candidates are students are more aware about it. I am asking about it. Have you identified any difference, identified any association between these two?
Female students, first of all,
Your
female.
study is telling that you have gone through all the demographic factors and their association with our independent variable. So that you've seen that when you have conducted that study, I'm asking about what is the result of that one. What you specifically I am asking.
Mostly a female student of the female. Okay, sir. Is this result? Social media, through the social media, sir. Yes. That's the social media, sir, through the. Okay. Sir.
So they are having the more information when comparing the. Is there any difference between this the male and the female regarding this awareness is concerned?
Sir, one time.
So
Sir,
I'm
one more
asking
time.
about the male and the female. That means gender difference. Gender difference is concerned whether that particular gender is having more information regarding the cyber terrorism or other gender is having less information. Is there any difference you have identified?
Male taking leading the more whole. Male taking leading role, sir.
Yes, they are having more information. That means they are more in knowledge regarding the cyber terrorism.
Yes, sir. Cyber terrorism. Male.
That you mean.
Taking. Yes, sir.
But women are not that much aware about the seriousness of the cyber terrorism. Am I right now? So.
Yes, sir. That.
Okay. Thank you.
Jesus. There may cases, sir. As cases. Yes. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Geopol sir.
Thank you, sir.
Aparna,
Thank you,
ma'am.
sir.
Now you may raise your questions.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. So, yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Yes.
So I'd like to ask whether the law enforcing system is the samples aware of the law and law enforcing system regarding cybercrimes?
I can't hear, ma'am. Ma'am, I can.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Do your samples have awareness about law and law enforcing system about cybercrimes?
Ma'am, cybercrime. Since ma'am, once again.
Okay.
Cybercrime.
Do your samples have awareness regarding law enforcing system and all about that regarding cybercrime?
Ma'am, speaking in Tamil, ma'am, once again.
Yeah, no issues.
Yes, ma'am.
No issues. Yeah, I'm not fluent in Tamil.
Cybercrime, ma'am, covered. Ma'am, once again, ma'am.
Okay. உங்க சாம்பிள்ஸ்க்காக அவேர்னஸ் இருக்கா இந்த லோ cyber laws?
Yes, ma'am. Information and technology covered the information technology and cyber crime related samples uncover the technology. இப்போ current situation la social media usage and phone mobile phones cyber crime related ஆன இது questions ready பண்ணலாம் அந்த இது மாதிரி கவர் பண்ணலாம்னு யூஸ் பண்ணணும் யூஸ்ஃபுல்லா இருக்கும். Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
சாம்பிள்ஸ்க்காக அந்த law about cyber crime awareness இருக்கா?
Yes, ma'am. As well as any one of interest the CC. Interest cyber crime. As well as young ones of interested, ma'am.
I think cyber crime. Broken. I can't hear you properly. It's okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Gensponju, sir, you may raise your questions.
Andresi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
First of all, your topic is very nice. Presentation is also good.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
When when it comes to your null hypothesis and alternative hypothesis, you have written here that there is no significant association between the demographic profile of the respondents and their awareness about cyber crimes. And my comment
Yes,
comment on that one is the demographic comparison is only possible for different populations. You have written there that your study is limited to a particular area in Tamil Nadu, and there is
yes,
no
sir.
difference in demographic features. Maybe all the college students are homogeneous group. Heterogeneity may be there inside, but I'm talking about area-wise homogeneity is there. Then how this demographic comparison is possible for your sample size? That is my first concern. And you have not proved anything. You have mentioned your null and alternative hypothesis here, and you have just done a percentage analysis to prove that one. Percentage analysis is not enough to establish association. Association may be a relationship, may be correlation. Cause and effect may be regression. Dependency may be a test of goodness of it or test of independence. And nothing is used here. Then how you could establish a relationship between association between demographic profile of the respondents and their awareness about the cyber crimes? That is my first concern. And my specific question to you is that how can you confirm that your findings are correct? Only this.
சார் ஸ்பெசிஃபிக் கொஸ்டின் மேம் ஸ்லைடு வந்து கம்மியாக தான் சார் போட்டிருக்கேன் ஸ்லைடு ஸ்பெசிஃபிக் சம் கொஸ்டின்ஸ் சார் ஒன்ஸ் அகேன்.
Okay. Did you understand my question?
எஸ் சார் எஸ் சார் சைபர் கிரைம் நீங்க சார் டெமோகிராஃபிக்கலா இந்த தமிழ்நாட்டு லெவல்ல எடுத்துக்கலாம்னு கேட்டிருக்கீங்க சார். நான் மை கரண்ட் சிட்டிஸ் அண்ட் சரௌண்டிங் அண்ட் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் மட்டும் கலெக்ட் பண்ணலான்ட்டு இருக்கேன் சார். மை சரௌண்டிங்ஸ் அண்ட் காலேஜஸ் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் மட்டும் உமன் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் தான் கலெக்ட் பண்ணணும்னு இருந்தேன் சார். பட் ஆனா மேல் அண்ட் ஃபீமேல் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் கவர் த கொஸ்டினர்ஸ் cyber crime issues and rural areas sir, as well as the now knowledge about the cyber crime.
என்னோட क्वेश्चन எப்படி demographic comparison பண்ண முடியும்?
demographic yes sir பண்ணலாம் சார். ஆனா அந்த அளவுக்கு நான் அத போகல சார். கம்மியா இங்க மட்டும் இது பண்ணிக்கலாம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லி இது பண்ணேன் சார்.
Okay, how can you confirm that your findings are correct?
Is finding sir, finding
yeah,
finding is sir, finding is the slides na extra போடல சார், அதான் mistakes. ஃபைண்டிங்ஸ் என்னோட ஃபைண்டிங்ஸ் போட்டுட்டேன், ஆனா பட் ஸ்லைட்ஸ் நான் இம்ப்ரூவ் பண்ணல, அதுல போடல நான் என்னோட பிபிடிஸ்ல. அதான் சார் கொஸ்டின்ஸ் என்னால எக்ஸ்பிளைன் பண்ண முடியல. ஐ வில் எக்ஸ்பிளைன் ஆன்.
Okay, okay, that's
okay sir. Okay, okay sir, thank you sir.
Thank you Jasmine sir. Thank you all the judges. Thank you Ms. Anparashi.
Thank you ma'am. Thank you sir. Thank you ma'am.
Hereby, we wind up the morning session. Respected judges, thank you for your valuable presence, and we look forward for your presence in the afternoon session that we will be continuing after the lunch break. We are having 6 participants in the afternoon session. Thank you once again. Dear participants, we are winding up the morning session of International Webinar Day 1. We are leaving for the lunch break, and we will join back sharp at 1:45. Thank you and see you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
ICT resources by providing adequate access to computers and internet to the students and faculty. The college has a well-furnished computer labs managed by the computer department along with a professional expert with about 65 systems and about 7 systems exclusively for browsing. St. Mary's College has a modern language laboratory with state-of-the-art audio-visual equipment to aid in imparting language skills. The laboratory is effectively utilized by both the students and the faculty members for various self-enhancement and soft skill development activities. Our language lab proves beneficial for those students who are poor in use of English language. Students from rural areas who are generally weak in English can have sufficient ear training in the language lab. It aims at confidence building among students for interactions and presentations in English language. Our college has a well-furnished and automated library. It has a good collection of books and subscribed journals, magazines and newspaper. It displays new arrivals on the new arrivals display rack when new books are produced to the library. We have a spacious, modern and an automated library with a large collection of books belonging to various disciplines. The library has a collection of about 10,000 and more books and subscribed journals, magazines, newspapers, along with a collection of previous year question papers. The library offers OPAC, means Online Public Access Catalog, a computerized catalog service to locate the documents. All students, teachers and staff of the institute are entitled to register as members of the library and to use the facilities and services offered for the purpose of their academic, research and administrative work. We have both indoor and open auditorium which helps us to conduct many events. The college conducts various programs such as Malayala Vedi, Malayala Madhuri, arts and so on. With the support of Malayalam department for the cultural development of the students, we provide many facilities for all the students of our college. St. Mary's College also provide web-based teaching and learning hall. The college has a hall equipped with 2 LCD projectors and 2 screens, audio systems, whiteboards and a computer with internet connectivity for conducting NPTEL video lectures, webinars, etc. The hall is provided with adequate seating capacity. To provide a healthy and stimulating environment to our students, we have fully equipped seminar halls. Our seminar halls are spacious enough to accommodate a large number of students. A large number of seats are available to facilitate seating of a significant number of students comfortably. These are ventilated and installed with multimedia facilities like LCD projector and others. St. Mary's College, Puthanangadi was proud to add another golden feather on its crown when we decided to conduct a 2-day international webinar on its 25th anniversary. We conducted our first 2-day international webinar on the topic Post-Truth Era with the Human Rights on August 11th and 12th of 2021. Sports are a crucial part of a student's growth and development. They
A very good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the afternoon session of day 1 of the international seminar hosted by St. Mary's College, Puthanangadi on the topic Media, Society and Culture, Emerging Trends. We have done with 2 presentations. Now we are continuing with the presentation. Dear participants, please be ready with your PPTs.
Rules and regulations during paper presentation. The time limit of each presentation is 10 minutes. This will be followed by a short discussion for 2 to 3 minutes. You can expect questions from judging panel and from the audience. Please take care not to exceed the time to keep our session on schedule. The moderator will coordinate the session and will act as a vigilant timekeeper. The participants are requested to present their PPT present their paper in PPT format, and please take care, join in the name format prescribed. In case of any technical issues or delay from the participant during the presentation, for the time being, we will move on to the next participant, but don't get panicked. You will be given another chance for the presentation and the time will be informed personally. We have a panel of eminent judges here and their judgments will be final. Information for the audience. You're allowed to ask questions during the discussion after each presentation, and please put your questions to the chat box. Ensure that the questions are respectful. We will not advocate any disrespectful questioning. For the audience, to get a participation certificate, you are requested to fill the feedback form, which will be provided towards the end of the session.
In the judging panel, we have Dr. Gio Polser, Director of Monty International Institute of Management Studies, Ms. Aparna Prashanti, Journalist and Media Critic, and Dr. Jasmine George, Associate Professor and Dean of Studies with Monty International Institute of Management Studies. I cordially welcome all the 3 judges to the afternoon session.
Judges, shall we begin?
Yes.
Sir? Yes, thank you, sir. Gentleman, sir?
Yeah, okay, you can start.
Aparna, ma'am?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, thank you. With your permission, we are moving on to the next participant, Farhana and Shilpa Shivadas. Judges, please note their code SMC06. SMC06. Farhana and Shilpa Shivadas. Sorry, judges, please note there is a change in the schedule. As the participant is not ready, we are moving on to the next participant. Rahana, Shiga, and Sania. The presenters are Rahana, Shiga, and Sania. Judges, please note their code SMC2222, SMC22.
Good afternoon. Am I audible?
Good afternoon. You're audible.
Good afternoon.
Okay, good afternoon all. We are going to deal with the topic, the danger of a single story now and then. We are of a team of 3. So we will start with the chief aim of any media is to inform the public, that is to disseminate the information. The history of the mass communication stretches from prehistoric forms of arts and writing through basic printing technology from around 800 AD. We know that in this 21st
Yes, carry on.
Okay. In this 21st century, media and its exposure is at its peak. We all know that the establishment of social media platforms deep-root a kind of dependency and transform each of the individual into a individual media himself. So we all know that the COVID pandemic season showed this very well. The COVID reaffirms the fact that which we must accept that the media is an inevitable part of our life. In all the fields, such as rescue operations, in the educational system, in the health services, all the mass media played a very important role. Our investigation or our paper is regarding the dangers of a single story. One of the ill effect of this mass media, it causes effects on individual who is blamed as the victim and its impact on the public. We have taken 2 different incidents from 90s and from the present scenario, which grabbed a wide media attention. The cases are ISRO spy case against Nambi Narayanan and the Zomato delivery boy fake allegation case in Bangalore. So it's clear that the fake allegations and its wide circulation through media, such as visual media, print media, and mainly in this era, social media, causes a great loss to an individual, that is to his or her identity, personal and professional life, and their relationships. This trend has a tendency of people to consider this as an easy way to grab attention in media too. The objectives of our study is the deeply analysis the impact of his problems of single story or considering one side of a coin as an injustice towards an individual. Our study urges the need to control the heap of gateless flow and circulation of news through media with no check of truth. One of our objectives is to study the depth of the trauma in all levels, physical, psychological, and mental, that the victim undergoes during the public trial. And in the present scenario, each and every user of social media, as I mentioned earlier, became a reporter themselves. They have the complete freedom to express their views, their experiences, their problems, their achievements, all through the social media. The Constitution itself grants the freedom to express opinion. So it is really hard to control the rapid flow of news. This is a time in which social media is very active through YouTube channels, and the influencers are ready to discuss upcoming issues at the next minute itself. So the need of check of truth is desirable to save human dignity and reputation. Our first case is dragged from the last century. That is the ISRO spy case accused against Nambi Narayanan, who is a victim of false allegations of espionage by the Kerala police. The incident starts in a way that a Maldivian woman was arrested and was suspected to sell secrets from ISRO scientists to Pakistan. 3 scientists, including Nambi Narayanan, were arrested on charges of sharing of official secrets, including the documents and drawings of Vikas engine technology and cryogenic engine technology. Soon, Central Bureau of Investigation, CBI, took over the case. In 1966, they recommended the closure of case due to lack of proper evidences. The court observed the former ISRO scientist was unnecessarily arrested and harassed in all levels, and a compensation of 50 lakhs was ordered by the Kerala government to give to Mr. Nambi Narayanan. However, this amount of money as a compensation can never compensate the torture, mental harassment, and all the kind of trauma he undergone during the period of trial. He was alleged as a traitor, and we must understand that it is very difficult for a scientist who worked for the proud of our nation immensely with his time and energy to known as a traitor. He was a very hardworking scientist who spent his time, energy, talents, everything for the enhancement of the country. Nambi's arrested took him away from his own career accomplishments and country's technical advancement. If he was not arrested, he would have been a name. Mr. Nambi Narayanan was a name which we did very close to Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. He was such talented and such aspiring scientist, but years of his hard work was wasted due to this fake allegation. The next case is the recent issue of Zomato delivery boy who was claimed to attack a woman named Hitasha Chandrani very recently. She was herself a social media influencer. So she was a beauty blogger and a influencer. So she might have found it is very easy to influence the public. She posted a video on Instagram regarding a Zomato delivery boy named Kamaraj attacking her nose and injuring her. The public at instance became furious and supported her claims. And there was a wide social campaign developing against the delivery boy, and many celebrities, influencers, and public were greatly discussing about the freedom of women, the problems of women facing in the society. But later, the version of the delivery boy came up that the fact that her food was delivered lately due to immense traffic jam in Bangalore city. She collected her food and kept inside the room, cancelled the order, and refused to pay the money. The delivery boy insisted her either to give back the food or pay the money. She refused it, and he had no other option than to collect the food back. He tried it through the half-open door. She itself agrees the fact in her video that she attacked him with her chappal. When he tried to block it, she was injured on her nose by the ring she was wearing. The doctors agreed there was no sign of attack too. But the delivery boy faced so much due to this video. He faced a severe cyber attack. More than that, due to these false claims, he lost his job, and Zomato dismissed him due to the public agony. He was given no ways to prove his innocence other than appearing in the media. So the Bangalore police states that the lady gave them no other feedback or information regarding the investigation, so they couldn't carry up the further investigation. This itself proves that the case was very fake, and she utilized her fame as an influencer. She found it very easy to influence the public, and as a woman, she found it is easy to convince and gain the sympathy. These two incidents happened in two different centuries, two different times. And in the first incident, social media was not much available or relevant. The print media and visual media are two medias which gave the information to the public. So the public believed whatever the media told, and they had no other options than accessing to the media. In years of time, Gap affirms the fact that the advancement of technology and social media having the option to check credibility of released information. The process of media attack and public trial leads to defamation of a person, his dignity loss of employment and income, identity issues. More than this, the severe mental and psychological trauma they are facing was very much hard. Not only public, but the officials who are investigating the case sort of believed this media and judged this person regarding the issue during the trial. The allegations of people who are active in social media gets an advantage to convince the people easily with no proper evidences. Public have no other much choice than to believe them. This give a view for anyone to claim allegations without evidences for their own personal interest. After the reveal of truth, no one corrects the allegations also. There is no further clarification on the issue. The false allegations results in defamation, loss in relationships, dignity crisis, mental and psychological trauma in victims. A system to check the flow of news in media, like censorships in films, is desired on today's world of media. This will allow a people, I repeat, every people, to live with dignity till the claim against them is proved by the court. Till then, they possess the fundamental right to live with dignity. And the claim against this view of checking the flow of news or censorship is that we have the freedom of expression. Every individual have the freedom of expression. I want to say that every individual, including the victim, have the fundamental right to live with dignity. In Nambi Narayanan's victimization proves that even people with high social standards fails to get a chance to prove their side. So is Kamaraj, the delivery boy from Bangalore City. I want to conclude our presentation by saying that every human possesses the right to live with dignity until he proved to be guilty. So the proper check in the dissemination of news, information to the public should be very much verified so as to save the dignity, reputation of each and every individual in the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Rahana. Judges, please.
Yes, so this one is a story related or the real issue related paper. But what I would like to suggest that we have to go for some in-depth study regarding the psychological and social issues that is happening. We have to go for that one. Then only that paper will be a comprehensive one that can be accepted as an in-depth research. But at the same time, you are putting some important information, suggestions in front of the community. And here, what I want to see that in the case of Nambi Narayanan and in the case of that means in the new century and what is happening in the print media era, the same thing is happening. Okay, same issues are happening. And who will be blamed? That is my question. Who will be blamed? That is my question number one. The second one, what I feel that how do you differentiate these factors that is affecting the victims? Is credible or not? What is the method for that one? What is the reason to this print media to come up, the social media should is coming with such an issue as a what is that important issue? What is the reason for that? So that is concerned. What was your understanding from this study? What do you understand? These are the two questions from my side. Your reflections I want to hear.
Okay, sir. Regarding the first question, who to blame is a relevant question in this topic itself. I want to affirm the fact that whoever is answerable, that each and every upcoming newses or this new flow of newses without control is giving an encouragement to the other people to start the next issue. So the people who are using the social media should try to attain some kind of ethics or maturity in handling this social media. So government should sometimes needed to take a step to punish the people who make fake cases. That will be a lesson or a model to the people who are trying to make the next issue.
Okay, so what I'm telling that the broadcasting media, that official media, print media is concerned, a lot of regulations are already framed by the government and higher authorities. But even though that is that things are happened, that means this type of issues happen in that era. The same thing, the social media is concerned, that type of control is not there, even though that issues happen. So where is that problem? Whether you are telling that one, we people, that means those who are acting or operating in social media should go for self-discipline. That may be your answer.
Yes, sir.
Okay, then what about the second one?
Can you repeat the next question, please?
Okay, how do we differentiate these things? How do you differentiate these things? So whatever happened in the social media and whatever happened in the print media, for that, what should be the clear reason for bringing such an issues in front of the audience? That means the general public. What is the reason that social media is having some basic reason? Maybe that print media is having some basic reason. What may be the reason in front of them? Only for that increasing their audience, or whether they are believing that, strongly believe that such issues happen, that such crimes happen sincerely? Which is the main reason behind it coming with such a news in the to the general public?
Okay, first of all, it is regarding the mindset of the people to grab attention and to grab the sympathy of the public.
Is it the problem of reporters? Is it the problem of the newsmakers?
Sir, can you repeat, please?
Is it the problem of reporters, those who are reporting this such type of incident?
It is more than say that they must check into the authentication of the authenticity of the news in print media and visual media before reporting it, before blaming to be in guilt. Before claiming to be the responsible, they must check or wait for the real truth to be opened up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Aparna, ma'am.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, there is a keyword in your paper that is single story. Did you mention that as what was that, single story or fake story or false story? I want to clarify that first.
Single story is in the sense that when a issue happens, we must try to hear the two, or we must analyze the two sides.
Yeah, it's okay. Single-sided story. That was your viewpoint, right?
Yes.
Okay. So, are you aware of fact checking? The fact checking team, fact checkers. Are you aware of the term?
No, ma'am.
Yeah. In this era, within the gap of 5 to 6 years, there is a media course named fact checking, and there are fact checkers for every media.
Okay, ma'am.
Hello.
Ma'am, please continue.
Yeah. Am I audible now?
Yes.
Yes, of
Yeah.
course, ma'am.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Within the gap of 5 to 6 years, there's a new term coined, that is fact checking. There are fact checking terms for every news media that includes print, visual, and social media handles of responsible media. So, in this era of fact checking, is such kind of news possible? That is my second question. And my third question is, in your paper, you stated that it was easy for a woman to convince their viewpoints as a woman. What was the research tool? What was the methodology you used for that conclusion? And my fourth question is, can an influencer video considered as news? Can that be considered as a news?
Ma'am, can you please repeat the last question?
That issue, I guess that issue is still under court. That Swiggy delivery boy issue. It all started with an influencer video, right?
Yes.
Can an influencer video, whether that can be considered as a news?
Yes, of course, it is disseminating to a large number of people. So for the public, it is a news. And
is that an authentic news?
Maybe it won't be authentic, but the public consider it as a authentic news.
Yeah, but
so there are chances for the victim to get blamed and to reduce their reputation and to make them or frame them as a culprit.
Yeah, okay. So in this era of fact checking, whether such stories can happen again?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Yeah, what are the research tools you used in this paper?
Can you repeat the question?
What are the research tools you used in this paper for conclusions?
Okay, we have used the one of the study done by Harmanpreet Kaur of Amity University, delving into the Nambi Narayan case with light to events recent days and the Code of Criminal Procedure 1973 21st edition. And we have researched several newspapers of at that time in print media like the Hindu, the Times of India, and visual media, the news is disseminated through visual media.
News is disseminated through visual media regarding Nambi Narayan issue?
Yes, of course.
Oh, during that era, there were so many visual media?
The sources are very much limited for the visual sources are very much limited for Nambi Narayan case.
Okay.
Print media was disseminating more information like the national medias.
Regarding this case, delivery boy case?
The social media have taken up the case to more impact. And of course, social media platform is a wide platform dealing with public, including youngsters. And for the public, it's a news. We are, hello.
Yeah, continue.
So for the public media, for the public, it's a news, and it anyway it will affect the personal life of the victim, that is this man, and his job was lost at the very time of the reporting of this issue, and after this all he claimed he claimed that he claimed his innocence.
Yeah, did it published in any of authentic media or something, or was that circulated over social media?
It was circulating through social media.
Okay. So there was no big reporting or anything regarding that, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Aparna ma'am. Gen sponsor. Gen sponsor.
Okay, so I was sorry because I can't unmute my mic.
It's okay, sir. Let's continue.
Good afternoon, Rehana.
Good afternoon, sir.
So I am very happy that you have participated in this paper presentation and appreciate your initiativeness. But unfortunately, we cannot consider it as a paper for the presentation. It is in the format of an essay. I don't know how you have fitted some topics like headings like analysis, data analysis, suggestions and recommendations in an essay. It is very strange. And your topic is also vague in nature. The danger of a single story now and then, it merely a statement of something that is in your mind, like a topic of an essay. When it comes to two cases you have mentioned, Nambi Narayan's case and Hidesh Chandrani case, that is Zomato case, these two are the cases not fabricated by the media. Nambi Narayan's case, later it is proved that he is innocent by the Supreme Court. But what was the role of media in that? There are somebody else behind the conspiracy, maybe the government of that time, and maybe the police officials. And in case of Hidesh Chandrani, of course, after the intervention of social media, there's a bulky effect in exaggerating things. Of course, by accepting that, what is the media's role? And what kind of study is this? These are the questions from my side. To be frank, I'm not considering it as a paper or research paper or article. It is something very similar to an essay. So my question is, what was the motive behind you to select this topic, Rahana?
Hello.
What is the reason why you selected the topic? Am I audible? Rahana?
Sir, can you please repeat, sir?
What is the reason why you selected this topic?
Actually, the paper investigates the danger of a single story that causes effect on an individual and impact on the public, and the fake allegations and its wide circulations through media causes a great loss to an individual. Actually, this study is to deeply analyze the impact of single story, and this paper also studies the depth of trauma that the victim undergoes during the public trial. That's why.
What kind of data you have used? What kind of data you have used?
We have used the one of the study done by Harmanpreet Kaur of Amity University, delving into the Nambi Narayan case with lights to even recent days, and the Code of Criminal Procedure. And then we have referred to the videos which deal with both these issues in social media and visual media.
Okay. You have mentioned it in a research methodology. You cannot use it as a research methodology because it is done by another person. Anyway, you just keep in mind, okay, when you are going for the next presentation. Anyway, we can condone the inexperience of you for doing all these things. We appreciate your initiative to take part in such a presentation. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Rahana and team. Shall we move on to the next presenter, sir?
Yes, yes.
We have the next participant, Farhana Shilpa. Their code number, judges please note, code number SMC06. SMC06. Farhana and Shilpa. Are you ready? Please share your PPT. If you have any technical issue, please inform us. Judges, I request you to wait for a few minutes. I think they are facing some technical issues. Shilpa, your slide is visible. Please start your presentation.
Hello everyone. Am I audible? Hello.
Yes, you're audible. You're audible.
Good afternoon. Welcome to today's session. First of all, thank you for this great opportunity. I'm Shilpa Shivadas, with my group member Farhana from ISS Arts and Science College, Telangana. We we are doing my post-graduation in English literature.
Shilpa, please pause. Shilpa, please
Her
pause.
voice is very feeble.
Aparna ma'am?
Yeah, her voice is very feeble. I can't hear anything.
Okay, okay,
It's
okay, ma'am.
broken.
Okay, ma'am. Shilpa, can you raise your voice? Shilpa, can you hear me?
Yes.
Please raise your voice.
Okay, good afternoon.
Aparna ma'am, is it okay now?
Hello.
Yeah, I think it's mainly a technical issue, I guess. She should continue. That's it, I guess.
Okay. Shilpa, you may continue.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Yes, Shilpa,
Hello.
you're audible. Yes, you're audible.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yes, Shilpa, you're audible and your PPT is visible. You may continue. Please raise your voice a little bit.
Okay. Welcome to today's session. I'm Shilpa Shivadas with my group member Fahana from ISS Arts and Science College, Perindalmanna. We are doing our post-graduation in MA English Literature. And I am here today to talk to you about how social media will influence consumer behavior of general public. And I still remember 2 years ago, I used to go to the store to buy things and there was crowded. And I went back without buying something. And but now many of general public depends on online shopping. This is all about our introduction. Then, okay, then moving to the next slide. In this slide, we introduced the statement of the problem. Okay, when we wake up in the morning, every one of us check recent updates and advertisements in social media and share messages and images to others. Likewise, every day starts with this routine. Human mind controls by the social media which causes people to many physical and mental problems. This is the problem of our topic. Then moving to the next slide. In this slide, we introduce the objectives of the study. At first, to analyze the definition of consumerism. What is consumerism? It's a very relevant question. Consumerism is defined that promoted the purchasing of goods and services as a form of economic growth of some sort. And then to differentiate between consumer and buyer, who is a consumer and who is a buyer? Consumer means who uses the products. He is a consumer, and buyer who buys the product in order to sell. He is a buyer. For example, we know that the traders buy goods in bulk at the stores. He is a buyer, and the customers will come and buy for their use. He is a customer. Then next one, to state various laws for consumer protection. There is in 1898, a Consumer Protection Act was conducted in India for the protection of the consumer's rights. According to this act, if any manufacturing defects or shortcomings in quantity or quality of goods as a consumer, who can complain to Consumer Protection Agency. And at last, influence of media on consumerism. There are some influences of media on the consumer behavior of the general public. As customers, people share product reviews, information about a service, advice on food or health, warning about products, and much more. These are the influences of media on consumerism. Then moving to the next slide, there are some limitations and scope of the study. What is the scope of the study? Scope of the study means in this study, it helps us to understand the impact of social media on consumer behavior. And the limitations, it's a lack of time we acquired for this study. It was done quickly. It's a limitation of the study. And in the next slide, Jim Morrison, who was an American poet and musician, and he says that whoever controls the media controls the mind. Which means that I totally agree with him. The media is a means of mass communication that is impactful and a reflection of our society. For example, when women are not being portrayed as perfect, they are portrayed as incredibly emotional beings. The media puts out the false images of women, and in this way, the ideologies of the general public become created. And moving to the next slide. Then I mentioned earlier, who is a buyer and a consumer. A buyer who buys the goods or services from a seller is known as the customer, and the person who uses the goods or service is known as a consumer. Then in the next slide, what is consumerism? Consumerism is defined as an attitude that promotes the purchasing of certain goods as a form of economic growth of some sort. There are many popular social media platforms like internet, radio, magazines, television, newspapers, etc. These are saturated with advertisements, and often public figures' lives are broadcasted through these various forms of social media platforms. These are influencers, the general public, to buy various products on social media. Then, as a result of the purchasing various products on the social media, it causes the personal debt. It has been increasing. With the advent of credit cards and debit cards, the tendency to make more purchases, this leads to increase the debts. And it also leads to the economic growth of the online commerce and the trade on the globe. This is all about my portion, and the remaining portion will be taken by my group member Fahana. Thank you.
Question may arise. Now, a question may arise in everyone's mind that why people prefer to choose online shopping. Because online platform provides vast area of choice. And some products will be available only through online stores. May not be available in the physical stores, but can shop from online stores, which is less time consuming process and can also be free from the busy life of city life, and by scrolling through the reviews of products or services helps to compare the item features and find the best deals online. And it's a more convenient process to buy online because online shopping makes it easier for the buyer to send gifts for the loved ones because the receiver can accept it from his or her doorstep. And the find the catalogs and the cashback offers encourage the online shopping criteria. However, with the aid of information.
Farhana, sorry for the interruption. Your voice is not clear because there are some background disturbances, I think.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah, please take care about it. You may continue.
Should I repeat or?
No, please continue.
Finally, the catalogs. The catalogs and the cashback offers may encourage the online shopping criteria. In the next slide, we can see that for me, social media, The media that are a platform for interaction between consumers and producers, and the media need to provide tips on access, quality, pricing, etc. And can be a reference point for accurate information. And advertisements are also a powerful means by which to influence the choice of customers, especially in the competition between product brands. It means the gradual increase in consumption of goods and services in urban centers has created demand for information about them. So the media has to meet, must meet the demand of public. So they must identify and fulfill the information needs of the public. Media can nurture and inform the view only when they equip to their audience with the right information. So media exposure inculcates in consumers a sense of awareness about their rights. Also, the role of media is emphatically brought out when briefed. Customers turn to media programs and columns to seek information and advice. And also the advertisers tend to make exaggerated claims just to promote their product. It may be a false advertisement, and the media could investigate these claims for their authenticity and then make the findings public, whether it is true or a cooked up one. And the media could conduct consumer research surveys to investigate purchaser needs and opinions. Sometimes advertisers may put out false claims to increase their sales, and sometimes some advertisers may put out a false claim to increase sales. For this, a code has been evolved to serve as a guideline both in creating and solving disputes over the ad content. And the code of that is the code of self-regulation in advertising, formulated by the Advertising Standards Council of India in December 1983, which lays down the advertisements should be honest, truthful, fair, responsible, and not offensive. And in the next slide, you can see that if consumers are dissatisfied with the performance of an item after its purchase, they have every right to seek redressal of their grievances, and they can do at a suitable forms. That is, suppose you buy a matchbox in every other matchstick fails to light on striking, then you have the absolute right to expect the matches to conform to the standards. So your expectation is not met, so you can file case over that. And to safeguard the interest of consumers, the Consumers Protection Act was introduced in India. The Consumer Protection Act was passed with a view to provide for the better protection of the interest of consumers and for the purpose to make provisions for the establishment of consumer councils and other authorities for their settlement of consumer dispute and connected matters. So the Consumer Protection Act Act of 1986 is a milestone in the history of socio-economic legislation of the country, and it is one of the most progressive and comprehensive pieces of legislation enacted for the protection of consumers. This act was passed on 5th December 1986. Now you can see the main objectives of the act. Before that, we shall go through which consumers can file a complaint. That is, the complaint may relate to defect in goods, deficiency in service, price variation, and unfair trade practices. The relief provided by the Consumer Protection
Hannah, sorry to interrupt.
Oh, okay, ma'am.
The time is already up.
Okay,
you should conclude within 2 minutes.
Yeah, okay. So then we will move to the main objectives of the act, what consumers can get through this act. The act provide promotion and protection of the rights of the consumers and provide a single, speedy, and inexpensive retrieval to the consumers, grievances and relief of a specific nature, and award of compensation to the consumers. The act is intended to provide better protection against exploitation. That is, if you're facing any cheating with a seller, you can directly file a complaint against that it is a free cost process, and it includes it covers all private, public, and cooperative sectors. And, in the conclusion, we can say that in all its form media, whether it is print or electronic media, it's a mirror of times and society we live in. Because it has, even though consumerism is good for the society, but it also contains some negative parts also. It's not less when we list out the cons of consumerism, that is the economy takes precedence of the environment. It changes the moral fabric of society, and consumerism may encourage theft. It leads to so many health problems. So every consumer should aware of their rights under the Consumer Protection Act and should practice the same in case of need. And the standard marks, when you purchase a goods or services, the standard marks should be checked by the purchaser that have been introduced before the authenticity of the quality of the products, like ISI mark, hallmark, etc. Thank you, ma'am. That's all. We're winding up.
Yes.
So they have done with the presentation, so you may ask questions.
Okay, you mentioned in your objective to analyze, that term is used to analyze consumerism in that way. You have to analyze. So what sort of analyze you have used in your study? That is my first question. Then second question, that is which mode of purchase you prefer, online or offline? The third one, which mode of purchase is generally, from your study, what do you feel that what generally the people prefer? Then last question, how do you evaluate the consumer protection in online purchase, whether it is effective? These are the three questions I am putting in front of you. This is just like a academic information, just you are presenting in front of the people. Anyway, your attempt is appreciable, but you have to include some analysis part, and you have to conduct some live study, and then only this will be more lucrative and more attractive, more academic paper. So in the next time you do in the better way. Okay, anyway, my questions, I repeat my question. You mentioned analyze in your objective, what are analysis you have conducted. Second question, which mode of purchase you prefer, online or offline? Reason. Then which mode of purchase from your study you understand general public prefer? Then the last question, the consumer protection. What is your opinion from your study? Consumer protections in online purchase is effective or not? Clear? Hello? Hello? I think the questions are clear.
Hello, Farhana. Shilpa, you may answer the question.
Yeah, okay.
First question, to analyze. You mentioned that to analyze the definition of consumerism, what sort of analysis, whether you conducted any theoretical the literature study in depth regarding that, to analyze the definition of consumerism.
Okay.
What all analysis you conducted? Okay.
Okay, sir. Consumerism means it's promoted the purchasing of goods and services, as well as in economic growth of some sort. The consumerism on social media is very active.
That I agree. I am asking only one question. Did you conduct any analysis on the prevailing definitions available in consumerism?
Actually, we went through social media websites and
Okay. Then second question, which you prefer, online purchase or offline purchase?
Personally, I prefer both because I've already mentioned that some products may get
Which
through
more
online
prefer? More prefer?
for offline media. Sorry, sir,
Off-
offline.
Offline media. In this social media era, you are representing, you prefer offline. What is the reason?
Offline. Sorry, offline purchase.
No, what is the reason?
I can see, I can touch, I can feel. If there's any defect, I can find it in the right place itself.
Okay, my third question. What is generally the public prefer? From your study, what do you understand? Or for literature study, which what do you understand? Which the public more prefer?
Generally, public prefer to shop online. I just asked my colleagues about that. They prefer to shop online.
Only from the information from the colleague. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, you are generalizing that one. Then, what is your opinion? The consumer protection in online purchase is effective or not? Madam, consumer protection is in online purchase is effective or not?
My personal opinion
What?
is effective because when you're shopping or when you're searching for a product.
Okay. Your personal opinion, you are, what do you say?
No, because detail itself, they will tell that if there's any defects or.
Okay, clear. Anyway, whatever answer you have given, that is your personal opinion, our colleague's opinion. So from the study, what we want to get, what is the public opinion, what is the result by conducting a study among the people? That is the ultimate aim of the research. Just I mentioned that anyway, what you did, our personal opinion means that is biased one, no? So we have to go for some detailed data collection and information, then only it will become more nice one and academically enriching one. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Aparna ma'am.
Yeah, actually, my questions are the extensions of Sir's question. Anyhow, I just want to clear one thing. What are the research tools you used for reaching these conclusions? I guess I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Okay, so my question is clear, I guess.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
I use the online websites and some books for the reference.
Yeah, books on what? Can you specify that?
Hello?
Yeah, can you specify that you used some books? You mentioned that, and can you specify books on what?
BBA business publishing refer for my presentation.
Yeah, okay. So I guess you used content analysis, right?
Sorry, ma'am?
Yeah, my question was, which research method do you use to reach these conclusions? Yeah, I guess my question is clear.
Hannah, you may continue answering the question.
I can't hear. Ma'am?
Shall I type the question?
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, so let me type that.
Aparna ma'am, shall I type the question?
Yeah.
Yes. Please put forward. Can you repeat the question, ma'am?
Yeah, which research methodology or methodologies are you used for reaching the conclusion?
Okay, okay. I'll type it.
I think it reached there.
Hello? Can I reply?
Yeah, sure.
We analyzed a book of business regulation and many online websites. And we also refer many graphs and charts of the consumerism, the age of consumerism and social media.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Just one, sir. Gentlemen, sir, you may raise your questions.
Okay, it is showing the host is not allowing to unmute. That is why.
Okay, it's okay, sir. You may continue.
Okay, my question to Farhana and Shilpa. Before that, I will tell you my overall evaluation of your paper. Your topic is very general. Only 2-3 words are there: consumerism and a connecting word, and then media. Where you have conducted the study? Is it about the consumerism and media in Europe, India, Africa? It is not mentioned there. Only 1 or 2 words are there. A topic must be more specific for a paper. And the goal of the paper, in the first sentence, you have mentioned that the goal of the paper is to study the role of media in consumer decision-making process. And where is the analysis? Where is the result? Where is your findings? You just jumped into conclusion. In between, there are so many things you are missing. You have included the Consumer Protection Act, some theory copied from different sources. The paper is too much bulged with the theory copied from different sources. I was checking it. I don't think nothing is owned by you. No data collection tools, no objectives, no analysis, no hypothesis, findings and suggestion, nothing. You just jumped to conclusion. And another thing is that consumerism and media is a very general topic. You have never mentioned the merits and demerits of consumerism and media. In such a situation, when you're taking a general topic, you have to categorize things into merits and demerits of influence of media on consumerism, instead of giving priority to the demerits of media on consumerism. Otherwise, you have to set your topic in that way. It is a very general topic, so equal importance should be given to positive sides of influence of media on consumers and negative sides of influence of media on consumerism. These are my general evaluation about your paper. My specific question, I have only one question, because something is missing in your paper. It is not in the structure of a research paper. And we cannot consider it as an article also, because the structure is entirely different. So how many previous studies you have included in your study, and how many citations you have used? I'm specific in that because you have used hypodermic syringe theory. in somewhere middle of your paper presentation. From where you go to hypodermic syringe theory, there is no citations are seen in your paper, and it is not mentioned in reference. Reference part is also missing. When you are using something like this, the theory proposed by other people, you have to use citations and you have to mention that thing in reference. I don't think that hypodermic syringe theory is developed by you and your friends. It is prepared by someone else. So how many citations, previous studies you used for this study? I think the question is clear for Hannah.
Yeah. So the theory we got it from Wikipedia. I think I have mentioned that in the reference.
For Hannah, you are not audible.
Sir, am I audible?
Yeah.
So we just got it from Wikipedia. In the full paper, I have given a reference for that. So, hello?
Yes, I am asking, where is the citation for hypodermic syringe theory?
From Wikipedia, we got it from there. I have given the citation in the full paper reference.
It's not audible for Hannah.
Hannah, can you please raise your voice?
We got it from the Wikipedia website.
Okay, then answer my question. How many citations how many previous studies you have used for your paper?
I used a book for that, for this paper, and just go through some websites. Only Wikipedia, as a website, we used only Wikipedia, and we just went through some YouTube videos also for this. And had a survey with our colleagues.
Okay, anyway, I didn't hear anything anyway. Okay, you try to add all these things in your next presentation, maybe next paper presentation when you're preparing the paper. Okay, thank you, Hannah.
Thank you, judges. Now we will move on to our next presentation. Our next presenters are Ashika Haidarali and Fatima. Judges, please note the card number SMC 24. Ashika, your PPT is visible. You can present the PPTs.
Hello, ma'am.
Ashika, you're audible. You can present your PPT. Okay, Fatima can present the PPT first. Fatima, you can unmute your mic. Fatima, now you can present your PPT. You're unmuted.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Fatima Firoz, and I'm a first-year master's student here at the English Department of St. Mary's College. My co-author is Ashika Ali, who is currently a doctoral fellow at JMU. So, without further ado, let's move on to the presentation. Our paper is titled Media Culture in Transnational Asia, a cross-cultural dissection of dynamic media culture and cultural industries of Asian Commonwealth colonies. As we all know, media has become an essential part of our everyday life. While it is true that media affects our daily lives and is deeply entwined with our actions, thoughts, and emotions on a global scale, media are also regional phenomena situated in specific times and places. However, these specific characteristics of media change and cover across national boundaries. Indeed, media are created from shared idiomatic, audio-visual, and verbal aesthetic systems that can be used and appropriated in a variety of ways for various purposes. No matter where they originate from or what shape they take, all types of media share the same objective of successfully and cognitively involving their audiences while producing different forms of human communication and narrative means. While increasing its adaptation and consumption across national boundaries, the recent growth of internet and mobile communication has given traditional media new meanings and shapes. Industry enlightenment as mass deception emphasize upon the monotony and uniformity of present culture and how it operates as an industry. We're also exploring the blurred borders between the media culture and cultural industry. In this project, we hope to look into the dynamic media culture of the Asiatic Commonwealth colonies and cultural industries associated with it. Now, moving concern over the effects of mass culture dates practically from its inception over 150 years ago. Only recently has it become the subject of widespread debate. The impact of national cultural differences in cross-border transfer of organizational knowledge is an important aspect to the study, since it involves and influences the societal structures of countries, in this case specifically Commonwealth colonies. Cultural transfer is always complex, but the complexity increases even further when a transnational aspect is added. Further, this transnational cultural exchange leads to the change in the dynamics of the society and the cultural industries that constitute it. So, through this study, we hope to examine the intricacies of the mass media cultural trends, whose trust and trust define the essence of societies due to their significant influence on daily life. Now, moving on to the limitations and scopes. The scope of the study lies in the convergence between the old and new media and how the global media scape is approached, represented, and appropriated. The media culture in transnational Asia must take into account the fact that diasporas are heterogeneous and rather than homogeneous groups whose complex engagement with popular culture are mediated by more than ethnic identification.
We are aware of the fact that a single case study contributes with low transferability since the results of the study are geographically restricted. Nevertheless, the study has provided some insights to a field of study where there still remains a great deal of areas in which to conduct additional research. So now I would like to invite my co-author Ashika to take over the rest of the presentation.
Hello, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, Ashika, you are audible. You can continue.
Okay, so before moving on to the research methodology part, I would like to clarify that this is a strict because the previous presenters, most of them were conducting a case study. So this was the case analysis or like specific areas that we analyzed for this paper was strictly based on, you know, select literary text and also case studies, archival case studies. So some of them are William Jones and the Asiatic Society, and that is from the selections of Asiatic researchers, The Light of Asia by Sir Edwin Arnold, and so on. The rest of the text are on my PPT. So we were focusing on specific Indian Ocean, specific geographical areas that falls under Indian Ocean. That falls under the Indian Ocean areas, especially the trade networks. So let's move on to the research methodology. So the project is descriptive since the purpose was to develop an understanding of how national cultural differences influence communication and transmission channels in cross-border transfer of cultural knowledge. So the descriptive research purpose suits well for our study since the problem is well structured and we aim to develop an understanding of the problem area by using close reading of select tests and case studies. So we investigated various aspects and variables of certain scenarios, and what we did was with the research. One of the tools we used was to just simply content analyze the text to draw a trajectory between to a certain time period and also certain trend that mass media helped, and also the cultural industries that was set up because of the trends in mass culture. So the qualitative approach seemed appropriate for our project since a deeper and broader understanding about the problem was desired. And also we used a deductive approach. We used certain theories that was existed and we applied it on the content that we got after the data analysis. So any attempt, one of the biggest limitation that we faced before the project, this was quite an ambitious project to begin with because we were considering Taiwan, China, Japanese, India, Indonesia, multiple areas, and we were picking up certain aspects from each culture. And for example, for Taiwanese culture, we studied the Taiwan or the Kathputli, which we call in India. So Taiwan was one of the countries, Taiwan also, and also Indonesia. So both of these places, their dole dance or the puppet dance is they have stark resemblance towards the Kathputli tradition that we have especially in the South India region. We also have it. We call it. Pavakuti, yeah. And also, and it actually originated from, I couldn't trace the history, and it was mostly oral history, so it was a bit tricky because, the oral history changes. And so we trace back to the Kathputli tradition that exists in Andhra Pradesh, and we could see serious resemblance. Consider even it was more. It was very interesting considering the fact that Taiwan and Indonesia were one of those countries where there were like least trade networks which was associated with India. So moving on to data results. So any attempt to summarize Asia as one unitary culture will inevitably face challenges, as there's a high degree of flexibility, and so it's very difficult to explore because there are multiple layers. So if you take up the Indian Ocean network, which existed before 90s or before let's say 80s, and it gets much more complicated, and what was more interesting was the current trend, contemporary trend. Again, I apologize because this was a very ambitious study, so we took up different time periods, and we were looking at current trends also. So we found out, like, there was an interesting study which was published. I don't remember the journal, I'm sorry, I didn't cite it in my bibliography. This was published in one of the Chinese journals, because there was this drama called Balika Vadhu, which was aired in Star Plus, and this was like massively popular in Vietnam and China. And so this actually sparked this interest in us, how these two communities, which had obviously had a lot of cultural transmission and exchange throughout years, but then again how these communities are molded and defined in, you know, a very similar state, and they are like culturally or like economically, politically, China, the community in China and the community, the Hindi audience, or the Hindi speakers, the North Indian, or if you may call it the main, like the Hindi speakers of, or the my cow belt is a very wrong word to use, yeah. But then again, so how these both communities were like molded into a very same state, that was very interesting for us. So it also downplays the crucial aspect of media's regional and cultural practices informed by and conforming behaviors, thoughts, feelings of people consuming and producing them in specific times and places. So this project therefore molds into an Asian socio-political and cultural milieu and actively engages with them to understand and interpret media in Asia. So moving on, this was another aspect that we were trying to add on to our study, was the cultural industries that developed in all these communities as because of the process of these mass media culture. So under monopoly, all mass culture is identical. As capitalism strengthens its hold on individuals, the people in power become less interested in concealing the monopoly, and its violence became more open. So media no longer pretends to be any more than a business made in ideology that justifies the same. So Adorno's concept of cultural industry must be understood in relationship to the theories of mass culture, and which was initially developed by Brecht and Walter Benjamin. Cultural industries was we couldn't work on that in this that area more, because it started getting more complicated. We did find a bit of findings on that. So the emphasis on global transnational follows in media studies inevitably raises concerns about cultural homogenization. And again, this was
sorry for the interruption.
because we started looking at all these, even the West, the trends, the mass culture media, the media mass culture trends in West. We started looking at from a trans-Asian or transnational focal point, and this proposed a transnational focal point approach proposed a trans-Asian model for the media studies, examining carefully the cultural, historical, political, demographical relationship between selective location in Asia, Commonwealth colonies. So one of the most interesting things, I think most of us are aware about the K-pop boom that is happening right now all over the world.
Ashika, your time is up. Please conclude. Please try to conclude.
Is that the most consumers of the K-pop boom or the media trends that is like established, or the cultural industries that are right now established by the East Asian culture, popularity is the best. And this is interesting how the Orients or the imperialists are taking up the colonies culture and appropriating it, and there are further like complications that is coming up with it because of how the ethics and morality that is related to the appropriation, or how another culture is like rooted from its own land. And then so there was and this is getting a lot complicated, but then let's move on to the final suggestions, and then I can move on to that. So our case studies confirms the cultural differences are important to recognize while transferring knowledge cross and finding through the communication and transmission channel used for this influenced by national and cultural differences. And all this further lead to the birth of cultural industries based on mass culture, which further redefine the societal structure. And how to, and these are some of the questions that we tried addressing in this paper. And how do media, depending on specific form they take, filter different aspects of narrative production and conception, and how it is reflected in the social interaction and structure, like how so yeah, there was this is not just happening between we just not look into India and East Asian countries. We also looked into the cultural transmission between two East Asian countries, like in Japan and China. There were like so in Japan, usually the considered as the cultural capital of Asia. There was a surge of Chinese media trying to bring in the Japanness into their media and their products, actually, and products that is like popularized by the media. So this was also interesting. And so how the media influence media recipients cognitively, emotionally, ethically, and psychically. What do narratives produced by media tell us about ourselves and our social order in rapidly growing Asia? How does the interconnectedness of, these are some of the questions that we try to address. And so by examining technological and artistic, cultural, social innovations of forces shaped media culture in Asia, we can also explore complex, multifaceted ways in which media are also shaping Asian cultural and political concepts and precepts. So this is very important because
Ashika,
some of
final
you
warning. Please conclude.
presenters already talked on this, how media culture is actually influencing politics. And I think this is two-way bridge, actually. And even when I was reading about this, I think the cultural industry related to
Ashika?
Oh, okay,
Hello?
sir.
Ashika?
Yeah, sure, please.
Yes, sir. Okay.
I'll conclude. Recent studies of media have stressed the limits of consumer manipulation and demonstration and the existence of inextinguishable substratum of potential. This is related to the how cultural industry redefined the cross-cultural exchange and addresses all the undercurrents of transnational Asia. And these are some of the texts that we used while writing the paper. I couldn't add bibliography in my presentation. Thank you. So that's it. We are open for discussion and comments.
Yes. So you were trying to rush the material in your presentation. You have you came with a big topic, and you gone through the lot of secondary material, that is data collection from the secondary data, you content analysis, you gone through that one. So while presenting the things in a comparative way, you have to bring it, if it is possible, to in the table format. What is the cultural difference between Indian Ocean region, India Ocean region? What are that should be clearly mentioned. Then only easily the people will get the idea about what is that cultural matching and command homogeneity between this culture. And while taking some important incidents or issues related to different nations, then you will get an idea how that media communication will influencing that culture. The same communication may be affecting in another country in a different way. In that way, you have to specify and classify, and if you have to put it to the table format, then only we will get a easily idea. Because what I've seen, that one rushing of the topic, and you're trying to bring a lot of information in a simple format. That is happen in your presentation. Anyway, your nice attempt, anyway, I'm appreciating your initiativeness for that one. I'm not getting into that the methodological part. Have you gone through that each and every material? Suppose you've gone through that material, you have to come with that notes in that particular where you are mentioning that comparative or literature you have taken from that particular author, that also should be put into that that particular slide. Then only we will easily get an idea. So my question is, from your this study, have you identified any homogeneity or commonality in the culture of India oceanic countries? Have you identified any commonality in that culture related to media?
Hello, sir.
Have you identified?
Yes, sir.
Any?
Yes, sir. So thank you for your suggestions. I'm sorry for the
no, David, that is not a matter. So that is up to you. My question is, any commonality or homogeneity you identified in India, oceanic, Indian oceanic countries? Have you identified any commonality in related to media? That's specific.
Okay, sir. So I would like to answer, like, there are not specific elements. I cannot point down specific elements, but then one thing I saw was the trajectory was the same, like how media as a culture developed in India, for instance, and China, for example. So in as an economy or as a community, I would say China is much more developed, or China's media for that matter is much more in a better state. Better state would be a better, an appropriate word, but then the trajectory was the same. So how, for example, how print culture was started, and how authenticity of the print culture, or the trends that was set in the print culture, or let's move on to the social media. So the trends that happens in the social media. So the way the news, or for instance, let's say news, okay, so the way it spreads is very similar. I think this also is because how the community, how Commonwealth colonies, especially coastal colonies, I was focusing on Indian Ocean colonies. So as a community, how we all evolved, and I think this has a lot to do with that, because no matter what, media is actually something that defines. You cannot just ignore the presence of media in how a society is structured. At the end, the power structure of the society, or anything in the society is, and in 21st century, yes, it is defined by media to a very great length. So I think
Let me interfere. Let me interfere. Did you think that these nations can come with a common cultural impact? Because the administrative, the bureaucratic and political administration of these countries are very different. So how is it possible to bring the, because media communications in China, it may be restricted, or in the government policies concerned, they may change that content may according to the interest of the government, bureaucratic and political. So what do you feel that? What do you feel that about?
So personally, I don't think it's possible to come up with a uniform, a mass culture trend, if that's what you're asking, in all these countries. It's
what
not
about
possible.
I'm not a personal. I'm not you.
Hello, sir. I don't think it's in near future it's possible.
Okay. So, okay. Thank you,
sir.
Thank you, sir. Aparna, ma'am.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I guess it's an interdisciplinary subject, and it's an interdisciplinary paper, I guess. My question is whether Corona played an important role in building that particular cultural bond.
Yeah, I think, ma'am, Corona actually, because, I'm sorry for interrupting you. Were you asking more questions?
No, it's okay. You continue. No problem. No issue at
So
all.
I think Corona did play a big, massive role because now I'm answering based on the East Asian culture that I was talking about. The like in a recent like last few years, maybe 1 or 2, 3 years. So I think this also helped people reaching, like all of us were closed up inside the room, and internet actually was the only source, and so it was a uniform, it was a singular channel where the whole world looked into the same thing. Actually, we were at different geographical locations, but then again the whole world was looking into so looking through a singular channel. So I think that actually helped in I'm not sure about I'm all the whole like all the thousands of the trends that were going during the COVID, but then the ones I looked into, like for example the K-pop boom, or the East Asian culture that was like that swiped over the West, and I think most of the world actually. So I think COVID played a massive role, because especially in Gen Z, and like the 15 to 25-year-olds. So BTS and Blackpink and whatnot. So all these things started getting more popular, and also people were the accessibility was a very important thing that was going on, because people started sitting at home and looking at these things, or researching, or enjoying. People had time, and so I think for once people started looking at these things without the stereotype, like especially the Westerners, or like I would like to call the imperialists. Still, like they have a massive impact on, like we are talking in English, so like they have a massive impact on all of our cultures. But then they for once started looking at these cultures just for the sake of enjoyment, without the stereotype, and I think that COVID actually played a massive role. I hope I answer your question.
Yeah, very well. Thank you.
Gentleman, sir, please.
Good evening, Ashiga and Fatima.
Good evening.
Okay. So very nice presentation. I appreciate your enthusiasm and the commitment to complete the entire things in a short time. My question to you is, you have had an immense study in this area. That is why I'm asking you, what is the difference in control regime of media in India and China in terms of freedom to the media? I hope it is clear, Ashika. What is the difference of control regime of media in India and China in terms of media freedom?
Interesting. Hello, sir. Hello, am I audible? Hello.
Yes, you're audible. You're audible.
It's actually a very interesting question, and I'm not sure, because I've read about it. So I think Chinese media system, there was a transformation, and I think maybe by 70s, and so I think this also depends upon the government that is the government and the system actually is being operated in India and China. So like
I will be little more specific, Ashika. I will be little more specific. Is there any changes? Is there any difference in the control regime or the media freedom in China and India?
Yeah, I think there's a massive difference.
Okay. You're agreeing, right?
Yeah.
Then in your paper, there's a statement that there's a unitary media culture in Asia Commonwealth colonies. How?
Oh, I was just talking about the trajectory, sir. I mean, unitary. I'm sorry. Maybe it's the different. I used. It was a very vague term I used. But then again, I was just
contradictory that you are written in a different way. That is why I'm asking.
Yeah. Let me read it out.
Unitary media culture means what is that?
I was
Media
just
culture is
talking.
almost the same.
Yeah, I can explain, sir.
Yeah.
So what I meant by unitary media culture, so let's say, can I pick up 2 examples? So there in China, we have WeChat, and they have restricted WhatsApp, and in India we have WhatsApp. So I've realized the control and over the media in China is much more different, or operated in a different way than India. But then again, how the media operates among the society, it's the same. I mean, the way our WhatsApp university runs. I was actually talking about that. So how we have like a WhatsApp university going on in India, and with no fact check or whatsoever. And the WeChat actually is operated the same way. And so, I mean, that was what I meant that. And I was talking about how the media is being operated in different societies, and defining the societies, rather than how the media freedom, or how the media is operated, not how the media is being media system is being operated by the government. I hope I answer your question, but then I don't think you can compare the media freedom or the structure of China and India, because I think there's a very massive difference.
Okay. Yeah, I understood. Okay. Anyway, thanks for the answer. My next question.
Yeah.
You said you used a deductive approach.
Yeah.
What is the role of deductive approach here?
Yeah, sir.
Then you have not mentioned any hypothesis or any conclusion like that. Then why you used a deductive method?
So yes, sir. The thing is, my PPT was a bit. I made my PPT in a hurry. That's why the case analysis is also not there. So the deductive method I used was actually I took up case studies from China, Japan, Korea, and specific elements, specific cultural trends from also Taiwan, Indonesia, and these are the text I actually mentioned the text, and I analyzed the trajectory and how the trend was being followed by the society, and how it was establishing a specific cultural industry. So I used because I was a bit skeptical also, because these are societies, doesn't matter, these are Commonwealth colonies, and the societies are like evolving from what imperialist or like the West, or the way they left us, and we are like still in the white hangover. But then again, these are societies that massively differ in their constitution, and so I was a bit, the deductive method I think I was a bit skeptical while using it, but then that was the easiest to come into a conclusion. And also because I took up like in Taiwan I took up the Kathputli thing, and in China I was looking at the wood blocks, Chinese wood blocks, and in Japan how the reimagining of Tokyo or cities, and I was looking at the architecture. So all these things, and I used India as a focal point, and I was looking at the networks and cultural transmissions, and so for the when I was looking at the cultural the trajectory of these transmissions and how they evolved, I used a deductive method to come into a general conclusion.
Okay, I'm just asking to know about your deductive approach. Can you tell me one hypothesis that you have used in this study?
One hypothesis.
Yeah, since you used a deductive approach.
Yeah. So how the cultural industry and its uniformity was as a present culture, and how it was operating the mass culture as a tool.
No, I'm asking about a hypothesis.
Yeah, I mean, this was something I used, sir.
Okay, no issue. Okay, thank you, Ashika. Thank you. Nice presentation.
Thank you, judges. Now we will move on to the next presentation. Our next presenters are Shamir Roshan and Anusha Kenisha. Judges, please note the card number SMC 40.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Shamir Roshan. Today, the paper I'm going to present is the impact of social media on youth and youth opposite principles. So, going to the introduction. The term social media refers to websites and programs that emphasize collaboration, sharing of content, promotes engagement, social and community-based feedback. Social media has a wide variety of qualities and traits. Social media allows for direct communications around the world. Social media applications such as Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, Snapchat, etc. influence lifestyle, fashion, political and intellectual knowledge, and so on. The youth usage of social media is rapidly increasing. The craze of social media has led to a host of questions regarding its impact on their life. Social media have its impact and negative side on impact, positive and negative side effect on the youth's life, hence the title impact of social media on youth opposite principles. Next, I would like to discuss about the statement of the problem. Due to the development of technology, social media and youth are hot topics. The development of social media includes the addition of features that attract the youth to social media, such as Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, etc. Although these have a significant positive impact, but it does have its negatives, which leads to aggression and threatening behavior towards others and gradually affect the youth's private life. Moving to the objective of the study, the study aims at identifying the positive and negative impacts of social media on youth and how it affects their life. Now, talking about the limitation of the study was conducted without the primary data, and we used secondary data from various websites like ResearchGate, and we used the books of various authors. So the paper does have its limitations with the use of secondary data. Now, moving on to the review of literature. The review of literature comprises of Duncan Watts Jr. dated to 2003 and Parvati and Sujitra dated to 2015. According to Duncan Watts Jr., social media are mediated technologies that allow the creation and sharing of information, ideas, etc. According to Parvati and Sujitra, social media provides the youth a golden opportunity in exchanging knowledge, finding employment, and social cohesion among them. There are two main impacts of social media on youth: positive impact and negative impact. The average time a person spends on social media is 9 to 10 hours, and it will affect their health and their sleep cycle. Next, I would like to discuss about the key content. Social media. As I mentioned earlier, the term social media refers to websites and programs that emphasize collaboration, sharing of content, promoting social engagement, and community-based feedback. Typically, a user accesses social media services using a website or an application in the mobile devices. Now, moving on to the positive impacts of social media. Social media encourages interaction. Social networking services are designed to enable connections between people. Despite distances or other constraints, it might strengthen bonds between people. Social media offers educational opportunities. Social media can be used as a research tool and way for students to obtain information. For example, during the COVID-19 pandemic, schooling system was entirely converted into the social networking sites like Zoom, and we are using the Zoom now. And next point, social media encourage inventiveness. Social media can help the users to express themselves artistically. You can share your creations, including pictures, videos, etc., which can boost the user's confidence. Moving on to the next point, social media offers job opportunities. Social media, such as LinkedIn, is the best example for finding job opportunities on the internet. It enables the youth to find potential employers and interact with the employment seeking peer candidates. Moving on to the next point, social media helps to advance globalization. The world has become a smaller place due to the advancement of social media. Distances are not longer a barrier. The youth are informed about global happenings as a result of the advancement of social media. Social media, a place to seek support. Social media provides a space to open up an individual. It can help you to get attention of your family members or friends. Social media helps to develop a positive digital footprint. Social media provides a platform to showcase the talents of an individual. Additionally, the young people can use their accounts as personalized CVs to share their accomplishments. Now, moving on to the negative impact of social media. Social media gives a risk in exchange of benefit. Social media enables an individual to feel good while connecting to their family and friends, but this can be seen as addicting and which causes anxiety and sadness among the youth. Moving to the next point, social media causes FOMO, feeling of missing out. Missing out makes social media alluring, which can be detrimental to studying and doing your homework among the youth. Moving to the next point, social media leads to violent behavior. The increased social media use can lead to aggression and violent behavior. Moving on to the next point, decreased physical activity. Social media overuse can cause confinement to the house, which result in decreased physical activity. Next point, cyberbullying. Cyberbullying is the process of bullying another person through social media. Twitter is the prime example of cyberbullying. Next point, social media causing unhealthy sleep patterns. Overuse of social media can cause poor sleep quality, which affect the health gradually. And the next point is social media causes unrealistic expectation. Most social media sites have severe lack of authenticity. Snapchat is the prime example. Now, moving on to the findings. Social media has positive and negative impacts on the youth. Social media helps youth to find job opportunities, create their own digital footprint. Overusage of social media cause unhealthy sleep pattern, negative impact of life. These are the negative impacts of social media on youth. The suggestion that we would like to make is the viewing and sharing of content relating to sex, crime, or violence must be monitored. Improve in the next point, improve the space in the social media to create content and focus on that. The next point is provide space for raising voices against social issues, and the teacher and the parents should monitor their students on social media. Next point, building a platform on social media expose you to college scholarships and which they can build their resume or build their career. Next point, social media also exposes you to important issues all over the world. As a result, they realize that social media is a way for them to help and support people even from far away. I would like to conclude that the study focuses on positive and negative impact of social media on youth. Social media has both beneficial and harmful effects on youth. Social media has a balance of positive and negative on the lives of the youth in every aspect. Hence, it is the combination of opposite principles. Finally, I would like to thank my teammates Anusha and Nisha for helping me prepare this paper. Thank you, everyone. Hello.
Yeah. So you were presenting the social media impact on youth. Your lot of secondary data you brought into your presentation and in your paper.
Yes, sir.
If it's possible to come with some what is the secondary statistical data, the impact of this social media on which a lot of statistical data is available from some secondary material, even from the government records and some NGOs records. You will get that material. If you added, that will support your theoretical background that is related to your advantages and the disadvantages of what you mentioned in your that one. So that will be your paper will be more attractive. Then only it will come to an academic paper format. Anyway, you have appreciating your initiative. You have to add some statistical data what you are getting from that from the external bodies, and that also should be added.
Okay,
and
sir.
if possible come to the primary data collection also, that also quite more good. But at least you have to add the secondary statistical data regarding psychological problems that is happening, family problems that is happening in the youngsters. That is concerned, records can be put into that one. We can justify whatever information putting in front of the panel. So here my question is, what is the social impact of a post-COVID structural arrangement that is happening in colleges and corporates where youths are working? So you know that one, before that, at that period of COVID situation, we are all in online format. Now we are asked to go for offline mode, and to reduce then schools and colleges, the authorities are asked to reduce the usage of a mobile, that one. So what is the impact of such a structural arrangement that is started here nearby? What is the impact, the social and psychological impact to the youths?
So actually in the pre-COVID period, it was all normal, but after the COVID-19 pandemic, it was possible for the education institutions to use platforms like Zoom to continue with their classes. But after the COVID pandemic was over, Google Classroom was introduced. So it makes the students easier to upload their PDFs, their homeworks, their assignments, easy to upload to the teachers, and they can view easily.
So I am asking about what is the social. Now they asked to come to this, what is that, to reduce this mobile usage and all this. So now the schools and colleges are not permitting to bring the mobiles in some around, and we can see that one. We are in different colleges that structural arrangement is happened in institutions also, that means corporates also, that is structural arrangement is happening. In such situation, what sociological and psychological impact happened to you?
Third, in the COVID period, the phone usage was extremely high. So after the COVID period, the schools and the corporates are not allowing the phone usage on their compound. So it will help to reduce the usage, and it also will help to improve concentration in that individual. So it will help the individual to do their work more efficiently and focusing.
So that means you are telling that one, that is to reduce, definitely that should be reduced.
Yes, sir.
Usage of social media should be reduced. Yes, that is your points you are putting in front of us.
Yes, sir.
Okay, then one more, my second question. How do we, lot of disadvantages and demerits you mentioned here.
Yes, sir.
What personal steps should be taken by the youth to overcome these negatives? What about personal? I'm asking about the personal steps that should be taken by the youth to overcome this, whatever there is negatives you put in front of us in your study.
Social media is an inevitable fact in the life of the youth nowadays. But reducing the screen time and focusing on work more than using the phone makes the habit, using the phone, much reduced. So they can focus on their work and reduce the phone usage. So it can improve, the youth can improve themselves.
Okay, one more suggestion I would like to put in for you. Have to add more recent literatures. Then only you get more idea about the clarification, because what happened in 2013 and 2009, that may be of slide because of a lot of new methods and remedial actions are coming, a lot of new studies are coming. So you have to collect maximum literature from the recent studies also. Then only your paper will be more attractive. You can call it as, because in that way we can enrich your presentation. Okay, thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you for suggestion.
Aparna ma'am, please.
Yeah, I'm audible.
Yeah, ma'am,
Yes,
you're
ma'am,
on.
you're audible.
Yeah, in your paper, you mentioned about a particular kind of monitoring, right? Some particular kinds of contents should be monitored. You told that in your paper, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, in this era of VPN and other, is that possible for such a monitoring? Even in the government, even for the government officials, is this possible for particular kind of monitoring in social media? Because social media is not geographically limited. We can use that even through VPN and all. So is such a monitoring possible? I want to know
Yes,
your
ma'am, it
personal
is
opinion.
possible because Facebook and Instagram and Snapchat restrict the adult content on their platforms. For viewing pornography, we have to visit intentionally, and we have to use VPN to intentionally visit the sites. So YouTube restricts the use of YouTube restricts the pornography content on their platform. So the individual has to uh, individually, he has to constantly he has to visit the site for viewing these kinds of things.
Yeah, even that is possible. So my next doubt is that you were also mentioning about cyberbullying, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So is it easy for social media itself to monitor cyberbullying as it's not regionally specific and all?
Ma'am, it is not possible for social media handlers like Twitter to monitor their content, but for an individual, he or she can decide whether to, tolerate that kind of cyberbullying on their platforms. Many social media platforms like Facebook, Instagram provide an option to restrict comments on their post and hide the likes on their post. So that way, they can reduce the cyberbullying on happening on the social media.
Yeah, so according to you, each individual has to decide. They have to lock their profile and all to stop cyberbullying, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So whether I have a doubt. Cyberbullying is the crime, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So it has to be stopped, right?
Yes,
not an individual's visibility.
Ma'am, cyberbullying is a kind of act. An individual has has a right to speak their opinion about others. So, if an individual takes it as an example of cyberbullying, we can do anything. But if the individual getting cyberbullied can't tolerate, so they have to lock their profiles, so they can uh, uh, get themselves free from cyberbullying.
Yeah, so in Kerala, there are celebrities who face cyberbullying, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, just because of their personal decisions for the personal photos and all.
Yes, ma'am.
Social media visibility is a part of the promotion. It's very quite natural too. So my doubt still is that cyberbullying is the crime, not a person's visibility, right? Cyberbullying should be stopped.
Yes, ma'am. Cyberbullying should be stopped, and the individuals should be given awareness about expressing their opinions on social media correctly.
Yeah, so there should be monitoring about cyberbullying.
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
There should be more specific laws and law enforcing system against cyberbullying, right? Or
Yes,
the
ma'am.
other way. An individual has to be more careful. They have to lock their profile. They have to be invisible, or right, the other way around.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, judges. Now, let us move on to our next presentation. Our next presenter is Risa Rahman T. Judges, please note the code number SMC 07. Risa Rahman T.
Hi, sorry to interrupt.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm moving from one place to another. So can I leave for just 15 minutes? I'll be reading the paper and I'll be I'll be evaluating it and I'll be listening to it.
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am. Sure, sure. You can.
Yeah, I'm leaving it temporarily. Thank you.
Oh, okay, ma'am. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Hello.
Yes. Your presentation is visible and you're audible. You can continue with that.
Good evening all. I am Risa. Today the paper I am going to present is Women and Media. In this modern era, media has a huge impact. Then the problem is that whether the media is doing that duties correct. It means how the media deals with the exploitation experienced by women in society. The problems faced by women is to be discussed. I am a woman and I am discussed about the subject of media and women. Anyway, only difference between men and women is that women are able to create new generation in their body while simultaneously writing books, engaging in agriculture, working in offices, etc. What is the meaning of this statement? Is it correct or not? Yes, the woman is able to create a new generation, then also they can do everything that men do. That means, for example, writing books, driving tracts, also women working in offices in general, woman is able to do everything that men do. But in the scenario, the question is, are women empowered or not? And there is any gender equalities here or gender inequalities, and the media has a huge role in empowering the woman. Media is considered to the most important part of society in the modern times. It has the power to reach out to large audience by mass communication and to create an impact whenever it can be reached. Then moving on to the statement of the problem. Women, especially in underdeveloping countries, are not empowered in most of fields of life. They depend on male members in a number of ways. No doubt, education and training of society is best tool to empower women. Media can play positive role to promote awareness to empower women in society. This paper aims to evaluate role of media and find out measures to improve its role to empower women. The women who used media felt that they got positive impact on their status. Regarding the frequency to use media, positive relationship between use of media and women empowerment score was explored. Then objectives of the study. First one, to identify the problems of women in society. Second, to understand the role of the media in women empowerment. Third one, to understand the problems of women faced directly from the media. Fourth one, to understand the measures taken by the government for women empowerment. And last one, to understand how the society looks at the problems faced by women. Next, moving on to research methodology. By considering the need, nature, and objectives of this research project, survey research method has been used to verify the attitude of general public about the problems women in the society. Survey research methodology is adopted to get the information about the point of view and thinking of general public and viewers about the image of women presenting in the society, that what type of impacts are creating over the public. Primary data is the basis of the study, and secondary data is collected from various aids and books. Universe population. Population is the women in Kerala who are viewers of media, and for this a sample of 200 women media viewers were selected from the state of Kerala. Sampling techniques. The basic population is selected with the help of convenient sampling. As the viewers of media were selected by the method of simple random sampling technique. Then a statistical tool applied in the study. The quantitative analysis of the result of close-ended questions of the survey research is presented in numerical percentages, tables, graphs, and descriptive forms. The quantitative analysis of results of open-ended questions of the survey is illustrated in descriptive form. Then limitations of the study, otherwise scope of the study. Due to the time and the resources constraints, this study has been limited to the survey from the residents of the South India. Next one is lack of cooperation from respondents. Then moving on to the data results. We know that in India is a country where women are given the status of the goddess. However, the problem they have to face just to show the opposite of this concept. They worship as their goddess, and on the other, they abuse them endlessly and consider them inferior. This is a problem. Women are abused endlessly and considered inferior. There are so many problems are faced by women in this society. Even in the modern era, there are so many problems faced by women. Some of these are directly related and others are indirectly related with the media. And some of the examples are in this recent time, so many hashtag movements are developed. Example, Me Too, Shape My World, etc. Why these hashtags are developed or created? These hashtags are based on the violence and the discrimination against the woman. Otherwise, there is no violence and there is no hashtags, because the woman has been discriminated. That is why the hashtags are created. And the next, online harassment. There are so many problems related with online harassment against women. I'm here to say that the International Day of Girl 2020, according to the survey conducted by Plan International, NGO, non-government organization working for children's rights and equality for girls in India, shows that more than half, 58% women faced online harassment or abuse. 58% women faced online harassment. What is this? Why these are here? In India, so many politicians are making obscene comments against the women. Already said that the women and men have only one difference. The woman can do everything the men can do. Only the difference between them, the woman can reproduction in their body. Obscene comments against the woman in all the aspects. In another problem is crime against women. How many crimes against women reported to in this era? Violence against women in India refers to physical or sexual violence committed against a woman. Typically, in men, it means domestic abuse, sexual assault, and murder. There are so many examples in Kerala. One of them, Saumya, she was a prime victim, and so many women are facing this kind of crimes or facing this kind of assault, both sexually or physically. And next, I would like to discuss women education. In Indian, female literacy is lowest in the nation. In 1991, less than 40% of the 330 million women aged 7 and over were literate, which means today there are over 200 million illiterate women in India. There are over 200 million illiterate women in India. But the Indian government has been aiming at education for all, but it is not implemented clearly. Why it is? Illiteracy does not only impact life of women individually, also it affects their child and life of those around of them. And it is a important of the woman is illiterate in hamper of the life of those around of a woman, and it is a important, especially child dependent on the mother, etc. And as we know that the women face other problems. Some of these are wage discrimination, gap of male and female, gap on male and female ratio, and dowry and bride burning, child marriage, then selective abortion and female infanticide, and inadequate nutrition. Then the inadequate nutrition in our neighboring district of Palakkad, there is a place called Attapadi. In Attapadi, 89 malnutrition-led infant deaths were reported in 2020-22 in a span of 1 year itself. 89 malnutrition-led infant deaths were reported in 2020 and 22 in a span of 1 year in itself. What is this? What is the media doing in this context? In this scenario, what are they doing? If they are breaking the news even in 1 day or 2 days, but they are not getting public or government attention in this regard, then moving to the media's role for women empowerment. What is the media role, and what is the media's role regarding this? Already said that the large audience reached out by mass communication and creating an impact wherever it can be reached. Social media, through its ever updating apps and networking, and has an inevitable sources of influences on mass communication, is extremely important for women's development, and mass media plays a significant role. Next. This is my questionnaire, and the first question is, are the advertisements following the cultural and social values? The older age and middle age, the answer yes is 24, and the middle age is 11, and the answer is no. The old age is 51 and the middle age is 74. And the response regarding the question whether the advertisement of our electronic media is following the cultural values or not, and most of the responses are negative. And the second one is the media working properly for the empowerment of women? And the old age is yes, only 2%, and middle age is 11, and no, it's 73, and middle age 74. The response regarding the question whether the media is working for the empowerment of women, most of the responses are negative. The third one is it for the media to bring the common women's problem before the society and the government? The old age is yes 24, and middle age is 10, and the woman and the old age no is 70, and the middle age is 60. The responses regarding the question whether the media is bring the common women's problems before the government and the society, most of the responses are the negatives. And moving to the findings or suggestions. The study find extremely appropriate here to refer recommendations for women empowerment. And the findings are mass media should have the positive attitude towards their life under any adverse circumstance. They should not lose courage and confidence and try to end their life. And second one is media should create awareness about risk prevailing at home, in workplaces, and while traveling and staying outside home. And third one is media should make the awareness about schemes provided by the government for women empowerment. And it is necessary to ensure that a large number of rural women gain access to TV. And women must not be portrayed in stereotyped images that emphasize passive, submissive qualities and encourage them to play a subordinate secondary role in the family and the society. And next point, try to bring the attacks on women as well as their problems to the attention of the government and the people. And the point, avoid scribes that depict women as mere sex objects and slaves. And last one is men and women have equal rights in the world. Therefore, the improvement of women's condition, status, and image must be defined to be a major objective for media channels. Moving to a conclusion, the role of media is very important to accelerate women empowerment, which will lead to economic empowerment of women. The mass media, however, like all social media, are good and practical means to increase through the dissemination of healthy concept of being a woman. What is the role of women in the modern society? Of good example that women give as every day of the result they have achieved and continue to reach out to women in many fields of economics and beyond. The social consideration of women giving to young women good ideas and examples of their economic empowerment. Thus, there is no doubt the developmental facts of women has always been the prime focus of planning since independence, and a clear vision is needed to remove the obstacles on the path of women emancipation from the government and women themselves. Thank you, sir.
Yes, some. Let me ask. Did you conduct survey or a sample method for your study? How many questions were in your questionnaire? Risa?
Risa, you may answer the question.
Yeah, let me repeat.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yes,
Yes,
Risa,
audible.
you're audible.
Sir, please repeat.
Okay. Let me repeat. What was the method you are used for collecting? I think you gone through the primary data collection. Am I right?
Yes.
How many questions were there? How many questions were there?
3 questions, sir.
Only 3 questions now. Questionnaire. Okay, so that means sample method or survey method you used?
Convenient sampling method, sir.
Convenient sampling method. So where was your study? So belongs to Kerala itself or Central Kerala, or where was that study?
South Indian.
South Indian study you conducted, no? How did you collect the data? Okay, anyway, you are taking an initiative to collect the data to go for a primary data collection. So if you are going for a primary data collection, you have to go for a set of questions. That will be a questionnaire. If you are using that one, it will be more accurate. If you are using only 2 or 3 questions, you will not get enough data for your analysis. Then only we can claim it as a right primary data method for using for analysis. I gone through that your material where I see that when you are talking about the women empowerment. My question is, what should be the role of women working in a media to empower the women as whole in this nation? What should be the role of women working in media for the empowerment of women in this society? That is my first question. My second question, whether the initiative taken by the government or NGOs is up to the level for empowering the women employees, or whether it is progressing in nature by this era, whether it is progressing in nature. That is my second question.
Sorry, sir. Second question is.
So whether that means the initiative taken by the non-governmental organization, NGOs, and the government is progressive in nature. That means year to year, that is that initiative is increasing, or a large effort is happening for the empowerment of women. Do you agree with that one? Okay. Are you getting me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. The first question, the role of women working in a media for empowering the women in the society. What is your opinion about that one? What is the role of, what should be the role of women working?
Sir, first question not clear.
Women working in media, those who are working in media, you know that one, a lot of people are women are in media, broadcasting media, in different print media. The people are working. What is their role to empower the women in the society? What should be their role? Whether they can take any initiative, that I'm asking.
So, women working in media, it's the problem that a woman faced by them.
So they are empowered, because they are in the frontier. They are in the frontier.
Okay.
Yes. Whether they can contribute anything to society for empowering those who are women, those who are right now they are not educated. They are in the prelims level. They are in the prelims level.
Sir, please repeat.
Yeah. Role of women. You are the as a woman, what should be your role to empower your friends? Your topic is empowerment. You are talking about the NGOs, government.
Okay.
I am asking for the role of women.
Sir, awareness classes providing.
That is the government agencies are doing that one. So the all agencies different. As a woman, what can be contributed? How can we give the confidence to the women in the society?
Providing opportunities to establish themselves and providing such experiences.
Okay, then
providing an business opportunities, training also.
Okay.
Educations.
Education.
And providing physical.
Okay, as a total, I am asking a general question to you.
Okay, sir.
Whether the media is, that is your topic, whether the media is doing great initiative, doing the great initiative for the women development.
No, sir.
No, that is your opinion or your study's opinion?
That's my study's opinion.
Your study's opinion. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Geopol sir. Now we will move on to the final presentation of the day. Our final presenter is Christina George. Judges, please note the code number SMC 08. Just please wait. There is some technical issues.
So, good evening, everyone. My topic is female objectification in media, special reference to South Indian cinema. So, the term objectification can simply be defined as the action of degrading an individual, especially women, in the context of female objectification to the status of a mere object. So, why the female objectification is a problem, and how the media cast a vital role in defining the political and cultural trends in society, and how the female objectification affects the formation of younger minds in the society as is an emerging issue, and it should be addressed even before, but nowadays it has been addressed by many, and I'm following the path to find something more. So the films are often considered as the representation of society and reference to its active generations. So especially Indian cinema has a very big role in defining the political as well as cultural trends in the society. So Indian cinema has always portrayed women in such a way that their individuality and talents are not a matter, but they portray women as simply submissive, obedient, decorative in nature, or as though what we should say, they should not go beyond boundaries. The society has already drawn some kind of boundaries to women because we are stay in a patriarchal society. So the Indian cinema has always been made a stereotyped character or stereotyped peculiarities for women. So they always make the society to understand or make the society to agree with the problem or agree with their statement that women should go on like this. So the statement of my problem is this study discussed the portrayal of women in the media, especially South Indian cinema, merely as objects which can be misused, abused, instrumentalized, and reduced to their appearance and its impact on the younger generation. So what is the objective of this study? First of all, it aims to observe the trend of objectifying women in the media and its consequences. Second, to identify the role of movies in forming gender stereotypes and its implication in the contemporary society. And third one is to ignite the young minds to eradicate the age-old system of women representation in the traditional filmmaking, rather with an egalitarian view on gender. Like this, we can bring gender equality in movies, and these movies will result transformation in the existing society. So let's move on to the basic feminist perspectives on the term objectification or the idea of objectification. There are various feminist theories which says or which discuss about objectification, and one of the prominent philosopher is Martha Nussbaum, and she has given 7 features involved in the idea of treating a person as object. So the first one is instrumentality, which means the treatment of a person as a tool for the objectifier's purpose. Second, denial of autonomy, which means the treatment of a person as lacking in autonomy and self-determination. And third one is inertness, the treatment of a person as lacking in agency and perhaps also in activity. Then fungibility, the treatment of a person as interchangeable with other objects. And next one is violability, which means the treatment of a person as lacking in boundary or integrity. Next is ownership, which means the treatment of a person as something that is owned by another or which can be bought or sold. And the last one is denial of subjectivity, the treatment of a person as something whose experiences and feelings need not to be taken into account. And this study was made in 90s. Later, in 2009, Ray Langton added a few more points to this concept, and it involves reducing a person to the body or body parts, which means giving importance to the appearance of a woman rather than her individuality and personality, and having no value outside of his or her appearance. It's also applicable in the side of men along with women. The theory is a inclusive theory. It considers all genders, and silencing a person by refusing to acknowledge that he or she has a voice and is capable of independent thought and speech. So these theories clearly describes how objectification affects an individual's mental health, because each individual is unique and they need to be considered especially uniquely, and their individuality should be respected. But the problem is the objectifiers sometimes forget about the concept. Now, how objectification has appeared in mass media. So women and their bodies have always been commodities and sources of pleasure and exploitation for patriarchal culture. And in the mainstream media, especially in advertisements, musical videos, films, everywhere women are dehumanized and portrayed as merely commodities. So the mainstream media has always used a false and unreal image of women's physical appearance, body image, behavioral standards, and beauty. And they create hypersexualized female forms, which affects the younger generations. They may think that these are realistic and they wanted to attain the hypersexualized or unrealistic perfect female forms. And what they will do is the immense use of the uncontrolled use of beauty products as well as cosmetics lead to many other problems, especially plastic surgery and all is very much popular in Southeast Asian countries, especially in South Korea and all. The trend is not far from India also. It is here too, and the generations wanted to change their appearance into what they have observed in the media. So then let's think about what is the effect of South Indian cinema and how they objectify women. So the Indian mainstream cinema is rich in producing films of various genres and languages. We know that the Bollywood is one of the largest film industry in India. Along with that, we have Tamil, Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, and a lot of languages or various genres are there. And my study is basically focused on South Indian cinema, which includes Telugu, Malayalam, Tamil, and Kannada movie industries. The film industry is mainly, majorly male dominant. A few changes are found recently. However, still it always views the storyline in a male gaze. The Indian movie industry is known for their songs, popularly for their songs, and the item songs is an unavoidable thing in each and every movie from 1980s till today. And there are few changes has been happened even today, but still the trend continues. So these item songs has sometimes no relevance with the main storyline, but still it was included there just to make increase the TRP or just to make more audience to the movie. The songs with derogatory portrayal of women and sexual overtones are often inserted in movie plots. And many South Indian movies represent the female lead as the love interest of the hero. Sometimes these heroines never have any importance with the storyline or the script. Even without the specific character, the story could have moved further because these movies simply rest within the hero worship. So these kind of movies are also there in the South Indian cinema. And for example, we can say the movie Pulimurugan or Madhura Raja. In Madhura Raja, the famous Malayalam movie, it portrays a lady dancing in minimal dress and which has no relation with the film plot or the plot of the with the context or with the storyline. And along with that, Pulimurugan, this is one of the famous Malayalam movie, which also represents a woman who is rich, and she follows the hero everywhere, even after her marriage. And this woman has no specific role in the story of the mainstream cinema, but still it has been used as to make some comedies or to make the audience laugh. But this is not good. This is not the way the women should be represented in the movie. And there is no need of such characters in the movie where there is no purpose at all. And in the movie Sarkaru Vari Pata, a 2022 Telugu movie starring Mahesh Babu and Kirti Suresh, the storyline is completely complicated, where the heroine is forced to act according to the will of the hero. So these kind of movies are really a threat to the society and also affect the psychological and social well-being of the new generation. So according to UNICEF, the objectification and sexualization of girls in the media is linked to violence against women and girls worldwide. So the roles and behaviors of women in films, music videos, and commercials are too stereotypical and a far cry from equality. Along with objectifying women, glorified male masculinity, male dominance in media and mass media have deep impacts on shaping up children's minds. Women perceive that their physical beauty is a measure of the amount of love and the power they should receive, putting tremendous pressure on them to conform to conventional beauty standards. This affects the adolescent girls because they find it difficult to attain the unattainable kind of or unrealistic beauty standards, and they develop some kind of problems such as eating disorders, and they wanted to imitate those heroines in the movie or imitate those models which has been represented in this media, and which is sometimes, most of the time, unattainable. And this creates psychological issues. And the psychologist observes it as a crucial point where the media should think or revise the content they deliver in the public. So the objectification of women's body in advertisements, movies, music videos, etc. need to be examined by authorities. And the proponents need to understand its ill effects to the society, specifically to the women. So first of all, the creators should get an awareness about that. They are always looking into the looking for their popularity, but they forget to address how women could feel or how the younger generation could feel when they portray women in this way. And the overemphasize on the outer beauty of women should stop. This has a fundamental role with the advertisements, because most of the advertisements, such as the beauty products or the Indians' obsession with fairness, the whitening creams, or what we say, many of the beauty products are very much, their advertisements are very much harmful to the society. And proper instructions and references about the need and importance of gender equality should be given to the younger generations from educational institutions and families, so that they get an awareness that which is wrong and which is right, and how the people should be, how the real individuals should be, and how they should respect women, how they should respect each and every human beings. And there should be platforms for open criticism against such topics should be provided within the social context. So my conclusion is the trend of objectification of women in the media looks to continue because it is profitable and entertaining. However, this media practice is harmful to society for physical and mental reasons. Men and women are stuck trying to perfect their bodies exactly how the media presents the ideal body, but at the expense of their physical health and mental state. So the men and women are faced with depression and eating disorders due to fitting into the media's image of beauty. This issue of objectification of women are also being felt by younger audience over time. So this should be stopped. So there should be much more discussions based on this topic, and it is still relevant in this 21st century. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Judges?
Yes, you were mentioning about the objectification of women in the cinema, the film industry. That was a discussion. But a critical evaluation or narrative evaluation happened in your paper. But at the same time, if you conduct a study among the youngsters, how do you view this objectification that is happening in this film industry? What is their opinion? You have to ask their opinion, and that also should be brought into whether they are going along with that one or whether they are thinking differently. That also should be added in your paper. So that means that primary data collection also will help you to enrich your paper. So that is my kind suggestion for that one. Okay, you are narrating the detail. What do you see in that one? My question is, you people feel that one in your study shows that women objectification should be stopped. Okay, that is your study. That is your final suggestion. Objectification stop. But why this young generation of the women is using that, or they are using that material, what you mentioned in film industry, the musics, what you mentioned, the item dance you mentioned, they are using for their programs, and why they are using for their whatever the program they are conducting in schools and colleges and locally in society, they are using that material for their programs. Why it is happening?
Because the trend is like that. Younger women are always being directed in a form that they should act according to what they have seen in the media. And they believe that their minds are transformed in a way that they should act accordingly what they have seen. They don't know how to act because they haven't given much instructions or much references to about the issue. They don't know the issue, and the young women or the young girls believe that these are the types, these should be, this is the way people should behave, or this is the way women should be portrayed in the public way, or to gain popularity. So this may be the reason that the younger girls are following this trend.
So, what I'm asking that suppose this younger generation is deciding to boycott such a programs, definitely that will create an influence. If they are going to influencing through that social media against this one, normally that that will come to the notice of the or knowledge of the people those who are around us now. So that also should be happen now. For that, what all steps should be taken?
Sorry.
So I'm asking that for who will take the initiative for that one to avoid, to stop this objectification? Who will take? Who should take that initiative?
Okay, this should be addressed in various areas, because First of all, it should be started from the family, because all kind of discrimination start from the family itself. But what they see through the media is more than what they learn from the family nowadays. So when we think about something like this, it has to be much more discussion. That is, the film creators or the media people should discuss about it, and the action should be taken from the family, from the educational institutions, and even from the makers or the other people who work with media, who emphasize these kind of things in the public mainstream area.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Aparna, ma'am. Seems ma'am is not there. Geopol, sir, shall we wind up?
We can wind up.
Okay, thank you.
Wind up. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the presentation, Christina. Thank you, judges, and thank you, participants, for answering those questions and for the great presentation. It was a pleasure to have you with us. So this concludes the day one of international webinar, Media, Society, and Culture, Emerging Trends. Today, we witnessed many eminent personalities sharing their informative insights and paper presentations, asserting the distinct aspects of media, our culture, and society. Gratitude is the fairest blossom which springs from the soul. For extending the vote of thanks, I invite Mr. Mohammed Rafi, Head of the Department of Politics. Sir.
Respected principal, invited panel judges, participants, audience, good evening, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, for the wonderful time we have all spent here together for the past hours as a part of two-day international webinar, Media, Society, and Culture, Emerging Trends, which has been so enriching and enjoyable. It is such an honor for me to get the opportunity to thank you all the dignitaries. First of all, with much pleasure, I express my gratitude to all respected judges, including Dr. Geopol sir from Monty International Institute of Management Studies, Abarna ma'am, Dr. Jensmon sir from Monty International Institute for giving valuable time. We really enlightened with your knowledge and feedbacks to the participants. And I extend my gratitude to all participants of this webinar whose participation and interesting presentation of papers made this evening more live and fruitful. Thank you all. Finally, I must thank the organizing team of this webinar, including our respected principal, Father Denny Cholapalli, and mentor of this webinar, Dr. Balachandran, sir, and coordinator of this webinar, Mr. Ashin sir, and all other team members and faculty members and students from St. Mary's College, Puthanangadi, and all other audience and participants from prestigious institutions. Thank you everyone once again for making first day of our international webinar a great success with your immense support and cooperation. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It's been a pleasure being with all of you today. Thank you all for your presence and patience. Tomorrow, we will begin at 9:30 a.m. I wish you all a very good evening and goodbye. Thank you.